Is it Zorning time? Not quite yet. It's gonna be a long stream today though, so we'll definitely make sure we get around to that at some point. Thank you for the 32 months, Mad Max. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Come eat pizza. Appreciate the 73 months. It's quite the duration. Good morning, good morning. Everybody had a good, hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. Happy Tuesday. This past weekend was the first time I took a full weekend off in a while. Like, it was not only offline, but also wasn't like working to get YouTube stuff cranked out at the same time. New headphones. I had these last week, but they're new-ish. Irish Nexus, thank you for the 2 years of support. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Mather the Mage, thank you for the 2 years. Happy Tuesday. I did mostly, sir. I don't know if you can still see it at this point, but I smashed my thumb over the weekend installing flooring. And it's mostly back to the right color now. It's mostly back to the color that it was. This was my holiday weekend project. We had there was carpet in the bedroom of the camper that we have that was a decade old. And it had never been properly deep cleaned, and it was gross and nasty, so we tore that up and put in some vinyl click and lock flooring, and then put a new bed together. Erdian, thank you for the almost 7 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Long holiday indeed. It's been a minute. I am ready. I really hope they're not conservative with their balance pass this weekend or this week. Thursday afternoon cannot come soon enough for snapping, for sure. Munchlax, thank you for the year and a half. Appreciate the 19 months. Roof Toilet, coming in hot for the 3/4 of a year. Nah, there's never a tech card overall coming to Marvel Snap. I just fully like, it's not something that's ever gonna happen. Yeah, should we talk about the tournament? Maybe I was going to talk about something else first. Maybe we should talk about the tournament. I think it was on Marvel Snap Twitter. Was it not on the Marvel Snap Twitter? I thought they reposted it. Was it on guess post or over the weekend? What am I looking for? The top 8 deck list from the Snap Twitter. Was it guess Twitter? Maybe he was using the Nazi site more than Blue Sky. I feel like I saw a picture that had all of the top 8 deck lists in it. Oh, yeah. Here it is. This is what I was looking for. It was in Discord. No, this is the one. It was on the official one. Check. Alright, is my... Oh, there's no, what's it called, audio on this one. Do I want the staff background music on while I talk about this? I probably don't. Alright, I'm gonna cut something and put it on the YouTube side as some thoughts. I'm gonna pull up some stats here real quick though before we do. Beast and Best. That's card for card. Yep. Was it Pixie Hulkling was the other weird one? What was this pile of cards here? Morning, Doozy. We're live on the YouTube side too, yeah? Okay. Marvel Snap had its first official tournament last weekend. I wanted to talk a little bit about both the results of that tournament and some of the thoughts on the coverage and other stuff from it in a constructive feedback style perspective. To start with, an old favorite of mine, Bounce featuring Bast with Mysterio, was the ultimate winner of the tournament with these 12 cards. Mysterio is really slick with Bast for people that aren't familiar with that interaction because it hasn't been meta for a little while. If you Bast your Mysterio, you get 3 power things that like all trigger a bishop, and they give you 3 extra things for Hit Monkey as well. I think the Mysterio inclusion here, as opposed to other things that we've seen in the past, like Black Swan, means that your deck has a lot more resilience to the lots of copies of Mobius that are running around in the metagame. Past Bounce winning the tournament, as expected, Thanos had a very good weekend. 4 out of the top 8 competitors for the tournament, it was a top 8 cut, were Thanos decks. But if you look past just the top 8 cut, or more, I guess shorter than the top 8 cut is the point I want to make, is 7 of our top 8 deck lists went 8-1 or better, with 1 person sneaking into top 8 with a 7-2 record after 9 rounds of Swiss, and 4 of the 7 8-1 and better deck lists were Thanos. And the starting field that we had was about 30% Thanos. So essentially, Thanos was 30% of the starting field, but it was nearly 60% of the deck list that went 8-1 or better after the 9 rounds of Swiss that we had. So as expected, Thanos as a deck overperformed significantly inside of this tournament because it is the best deck by a pretty wide margin, I would wager right now. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. I think people know that that's the case. And we're probably going to see balance changes coming up on Thursday with the OTAA to things related to or directly to Thanos. In addition to the Bounce deck taking first, we also had a very unique take on Pixie, featuring a copy of Hulkling as a card that made the top 8 cut as well. And I've got this one pulled up on here for the top 10% slice on Untapped for our latest patch, which kind of brings me to the next discussion point I want to make about deck lists, because Marvel Snap isn't a game that's really had tournaments, so people don't really understand how to parse this information, is that the 2 most interesting deck lists that made deep runs in this tournament, the Bounce deck that ultimately won it, and this other one, this Pixie deck that made top 8, they're not particularly strong decks in general. So in a 700 game sample here, it's got a 48% win rate with slightly cube positive. And if we expand this to top 50% infinite, the sample size goes up and the average cube rate goes down on this one. And similarly for bounce, we've got a sub 50% win rate, and this one's actually negative average cubes with 230 games in the top slice. When we look at top 50%, this is an interesting one. The win rate goes down, but the cube rate actually goes up. But in either case, like, the deck isn't particularly good generically. And whenever you point that out, people always be like, well, Jeff, the deck's hard to play, or there's bad people playing it. And that's true, but that's true of all decks on public trackers. So you can reasonably assume that every deck on a public tracker like Untapped has similar amounts of good and bad players playing it, and despite that, decks that are good and have strong performances will regularly have good stats on Untapped if they're powerful decks that can carry the player. And it's important to understand that variance in games like Marvel Snap cuts both ways, so just like good decks in the hands of good players can have a bad run, bad decks or weak decks in the hands of really strong players can have good runs. And I think Marvel Snap, one of the things to its credit from a game design perspective, is I feel like Marvel Snap's game balance philosophy rewards deck experts, which is to say they do a good job of when they nerf things of not making them completely unplayable and allowing you to be someone who just hammers a deck constantly. And something that I would wager was incredibly true in this tournament is that both Derek playing this bounce deck and BU++, or Butt for short, the player that was playing this this Pixie deck, even if these decks are a little bit on the weaker side compared to Thanos, the Pixie player and the Bounce player assuredly had more reps playing into Thanos than the Thanos players had playing into them. And I think if those players were on even ground and there was equal amounts of experience in the matchup on both sides, the Thanos player probably gets favored because their deck is more powerful. However, that's not how tournaments work, right? Like, what are the upsides of bringing, as someone who's brought constantly rogue decks to tournaments over the decades I've been playing card games, what are the big upsides of your rogue deck is not just the surprise factor, because this tournament was open deckless. People knew which cards they have, but there's value in knowing the play patterns of the matchups that you're playing in. So being the bounce player and knowing how bounce lines up into Thanos and how bounce lines up into these other decks, but the people that are playing those other decks, even if their decks are ultimately more powerful, not being familiar with the matchup gives value to the person who's playing the lower power deck with having that experience and the repetitions in the game that they're playing. So I think it was sweet. I think pretty much exactly what I expected as far as tournament results go. I don't know that I would have told you exactly Bounce was going to win, but I think half or more of the top 8 being Thanos, the deck that's very clearly the best deck, is pretty expected. And I think Marvel Snap does a good job of allowing there to be rogue decks, and in any game that has variance by design means that any deck can win at any point. And in fact, I want to make it very clear, this next statement is not intended to belittle the skill of the Derek. They played very well and made a lot of great decisions, but ultimately, if you go back and watch the finals, they were 1 cube to 1 cube, and the deciding game was literally decided by a New York location slide on turn 6 in tandem with tech cards not lining up with the New York slide for the Thanos player. So like that last turn had very slightly different permutations of going different ways, because New York, there's just always 1,000 lines that effectively makes it a flip. It's one of the least interesting locations in Marvel Snap, in my opinion, for that reason. And it's, it could have cut very different with any of the other number of permutations. It's funny, I commented, there was really nothing more peak Marvel Snap than the last cube of the finals of the tournament coming down to a combination tech card New York style coin flip, essentially. Like, just peak whatever. Thoughts on the actual tournament itself? I hope that if Second Dinner is going to continue doing tournaments like this, it seemed like it was a success. I was not able to watch the coverage because I was hanging out with friends over the weekend out at my camper and with the family, but I poked in and out a little bit here and there, and I ultimately watched the end, and it seemed like the coverage was really well put together, and they had pretty good viewer counts. They had 2,000 plus concurrent viewers on the main broadcast the entire day every time I was poking in and out of it. I will say, as someone who's run a lot of, I'm just going to call them janky tournament coverage things via Discord screen shares, I hope that if Second Dinner is going to invest in official style tournaments like this again in the future, they will consider putting dev effort and energy into giving us a spectator mode, so that way we don't have to have janky screen shares. Like, the finals of the tournament actually had both players playing from mobile, of all things, which was both funny and sweet, I think, but it also meant that those players were screen sharing from their mobile devices, so the finals coverage is just like this narrow strip down the center of the broadcast, which there was nothing the broadcast team could do about that. Like, Discord screen share options were the only thing, but it would be ideal under ideal circumstances if that wasn't the case. I think I was pretty impressed. I think Guest Gaming was the one that looked like he was managing the production in addition to doing commentary. Someone who's done that, or there's a lot of moving parts going on. I think my only big comment or shout out / suggestion to Guest Gaming is they should figure out the logistics of doing time shifted feature matches so you can watch multiple games per round that have a little bit less downtime. I think it's a little bit jarring as a viewer to hop into like, you finish your first game and then you like come in the middle of a game in the same round, as opposed to starting another game from the beginning again. And with proper technology, they can do the logistics on that. That would have been funny with the two mobile players. They could have both perspective on the screen. They could have done that, but I think that might have been hard to follow from a viewer perspective too. Yeah, they were only ever showing one perspective, which I think is ideal. But overall, I think this tournament thing seems sweet. I hope in the future, as far as timing considerations go, I will say I think the timing of this tournament was the least ideal they could have possibly had. I think one of Snap's best features is its generally regular live balance. And I hope if they decide to hold another one of these tournaments in the future, they consider doing it quickly following the heels of an over-the-air update to encourage players to be seeking out new, innovative things, as opposed to just like, we've been playing with Thanos for 3 weeks. So I think that's something Second Dinner could do better on their part, is lining up any event like this in the future with their better balance cadence to showcase that part of Snap that's good a little bit better. People that have been here for the last 10 minutes while I've been rambling about this, any thoughts or things that I should comment on about the tournament that I missed? I feel like I hit most of the points I wanted to talk about here. And people that are just joining us, you might be watching this on YouTube right now. It's going to be on the Hooglandia Snap YouTube channel, so smash that like button and all that jazz. I think I covered everything. Appreciate people that watched it all the way through to the end on the YouTube side. Leave a comment down below if you want to see more Marvel Snap tournaments and what you think they should do for that. And I'm live on Twitch Monday through Friday most of the time, so be sure to come up by and check that out. Natterjack, thank you for the 82 months. I appreciate the almost 7 years. Welcome back. The butt deck has 4 tech cards in it. Does it have that many? It's Mobius, Killmonger, yeah, Legion of Enchantress. I mean, that's incidentally, yeah. They're tech cards with random costs from Pixie too at that. That's extra funny. Grab that video file before I forget. Some hot tea. Darrow was salty the day after he gave his take that Snap was dying and how he was the person with the most name recognition in the tournament. That's, I feel like there's, it's probably not a coincidence that Dara doesn't stream a ton outside of drops. I don't know, the whole vibe he gives off past his fast drops grift or whatever is real. He's had a lot of like very Reddit adjacent takes, for lack of a better term. It feels like he's it feels like he really enjoys pandering to the lowest common denominator. Jazz Goals, 6 for the 28 months. Welcome back. Raging Oso, thank you for the baker's dozen. Snap Audio, yep. Kang variant, yep. Yeah, it feels like he's in it for the least effort, maximum short-term returns. I agree, Bo. That's a good way to put it. That's the vibe. Like I've been here for almost a decade. I'm just gonna be here. All these games, like the Snap is dying take is so. It just reeks of someone who doesn't have experience in the content space, right? Like all of these games ebb and flow, and if anything, it's funny. I was talking to my wife about this the other day, and I said to her, I'm actually really impressed and happy with where Snap is at 3 years in, because I think it has easily and far exceeded my expectations, and I think I expect it to have a pretty decent shelf life moving forward. Yeah, I started playing Marvel Snap closed beta hit at the end of May 2022. It's been 3 years. All right, I gotta win some games with Elixir so I get my chores done, gamers. I do few Elixir piles. Maybe we'll actually I want to play this game now that we're in it, but we need to take an ad break because we talked about the what's it called for a little bit, and then we'll take a look at Elixir next, see if there's any surprises up there. I doubt there's surprises. Pokemon Pocket TCG has low viewer numbers, it's dying. You know, it's funny, there was actually an article over the weekend talking about how Pocket just crossed the billion with a B in revenue here. After about 7 months. And for point of reference, it took Pokemon Go about 2 months longer than that to make $1 billion. Pocket could be turned off today, it would still be absolutely. And I think a big part of that too is to understand, like, while for games like Marvel Snap that are a little bit more indie, creators can be a little bit more important. For a lot of games, especially for a big IP like Pokemon, the content creators kind of don't matter, for lack of a better term. Like, we're not harmful, and like we give them some extra exposure, but like ultimately they're not gonna live or die based on their content creators. And as an anecdote, both from my own content and as someone who looks at a lot of content, the ceiling for Pokemon Pocket content to start was lower than the ceiling on Marvel Snap content, and the metrics on Pokemon Pocket content have been falling off much faster than the metrics on content for Marvel Snap. And we're gonna have a pretty big Nimrod if we don't get Cosmoed here. Victory. Bees, thank you for the 2 years. So I'm enjoying Pocket's gameplay still. They have a new set releasing on Thursday, but I'll be curious to see if Pocket's a game for me 3 years from now, basically. That's something you can't really know the answer to. This isn't a data-driven statement, but I play a bit of both Snap and Pocket. I find Snap to be a better viewing experience. I think all card games are almost entirely unwatchable if you're not pretty invested in the actual gameplay themselves. Am I getting a Switch 2? If I am able to have a store allow me to purchase what I intend to buy a Switch 2, yes. Welker, thank you for the almost 3 years. Appreciate that very generous tier 2. Welcome back. Pokemon Pocket's economy is definitely a lot more expensive and higher variance than Marvel Snap. That is 100% correct. Pokemon has never had a massive Twitch presence, so I'm not surprised Pocket isn't doing gangbusters. I'm not just talking about Twitch, Gap. Pocket's numbers on the YouTube side were also weaker to start than Snap's numbers on the YouTube side to start. Just so we're clear. You're right that nothing in the Pokemon space has ever been crazy on Twitch, but Pokemon's got plenty of big YouTube spaces. And Pocket didn't exactly go crazy in that area either. Gopher, thank you for the 2.5 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Venom to me. So I don't even know. I'm not actually sure that I want Venom because I think we're gonna Phoenix Force. What's better here? So I can Zola this, or I could go Phoenix Force Carnage because this is guaranteed to get me the old Nimrod back, right? What does Phoenix Carnage NB up at, though? So this will give me a 13 power thing here. I'll only be at 25 here. Yeah, I think I need to ditch the Brood Lane. I don't know that I'm capable of doing that, though. Zola the Atuma. That's cute. Is that good? I don't think that's good, though. That's probably fine. That's adorable. This is definitely worse than the Phoenix Force Light. Oh, and you know what? I think I have a mission to play 4-cost cards. That was a punt. This darn squeaky bike. All right. We're gonna tap an ad roll. I'm going to dig through Untapped real quick to see if there's any Elixir gems. Doubt. Press X to doubt. We'll see you in a minute. I think a significant part of the reason why Marvel Snap had more successful content to start than Pokemon Pocket did has absolutely nothing to do with the gameplay and has absolutely everything to do with how the companies advertised or lack thereof. Pokemon Pocket advertised via some nominal amount of Google adverts and no direct sponsored content, whereas a big part of why Snap had a really healthy content ecosystem from the start is Second Dinner advertised very heavily inside of content ecosystems. Yeah, so Pocket just like is successful because it's Pokemon and it's Pokemon cards, whereas Marvel Snap had, honestly, I think if they write books about advertising and like advertising in the content creator spaces for games at some point in the future, I genuinely think that Marvel Snap will be studied as like a pitch perfect. This is a great way to have done it. Snap's beta period building hype was very helpful. See, I actually think that's completely incorrect. If anything, I think the duration of Marvel Snap's lengthy beta period was actively detrimental to the game, and it was certainly borderline too long. I think the beta period being as long as it was for Snap was unnecessarily long and awful and probably hurt the game a bit to start. Melfer Danny, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. And like just as like a point of fact to show you that there was no real hype. I can be data driven about the lack of hype from the closed beta. So what? June 20. This is June 22. My average Marvel Snap viewership in June 22 when we were in closed beta was 387, or as a better way to put it, it was 20% under what my already languished Magic the Gathering viewership was. And I think July and August actually got worse, if I recall correctly. 380 again for July. Oh, that's the wrong year. Let's go September. September was right before we launched, right? Yeah, Marvel Snap was 350, 358. And then the game took off when it actually launched because they did a big content push. So October, I averaged 938 for Snap during the launch month. And then November and December really took things off in a very organic way. Yeah, it doubled in November for me. Or an average of 1,800 for that month, so no, the data as well as my anecdotes do not remotely support the concept that the long beta was healthy and good for Snap. I think that is very revisionist history. Nah, I'm not playing Ajax, not my dance. I just don't enjoy dying to Luke Cage. Meta for thoughts. Thank you for the 17 months. I had a great weekend. Life is swell. All right, let's try some Elixir Fire here, huh? I think that's the #1 reason why Snap content ballooned so much when the game launched. Someone in chat said they had content creators from other games joining Snap creators in some event that I didn't know. Snap did a very good job of doing creator content promotion. And what that does is it means when a creator gets sponsored to do a video for something or a stream or something like that, you are putting your product in front of people who are used to consuming content for video games. So that's good for the content ecosystem of your game, because it means once those sponsored streams are done, people who enjoyed the game and are going to pick it up and play it because of that sponsored thing are going to seek out other people who made content for your game now. So by advertising with content creators, you help the content creators inside of your gaming space as a company. So it's not just beneficial in terms of promoting your product with ad dollars, it's also beneficial in the aspect of it helps your creators be successful in your space as well. Well then. I mean, I guess I'm just playing this then, yes? You're late, Killmonger. I think it's just this, right? We'll take the Monster Metropolis bonus, so we'll put an extra 4 over here. Did the failed DC game do much promotion during their closed beta? I have a fun story about the failed DC card game. What was it? DC Dual Force was it called? The person managing DC Dual Force's stuff for social media promotion. It's such a funny story for them. So, DC Dual Force was originally supposed to release in the fall of 2022 before Marvel Snap released, but they had a mess of delays. That ended up pushing it back. And before their game was set to release, I had a signed contract to do some sponsored stuff for them back when I was averaging like 500 and 600 viewers as a Magic the Gathering streamer, largely still. And then when their game eventually released, I reached out to them about, okay, you're actually releasing now. We had a contract. Would you like to do a contract so I could do some sponsored stuff for the game? When I was then more successful as a Marvel Snap content creator, they told me that they basically said that I was streaming one of their competitors and they didn't want to sponsor my stuff anymore. So I had better numbers as a Marvel Snap creator than I did as Magic the Gathering when we had a contract, but because it was Snap, they didn't want to pay me because I was the biggest person in the Snap stream space at that point. Which is like such a weird attitude to have, right? Because like if you think your product is good, you would want to put it in front of like the people who consume your competitor stuff, right? So I think there were a lot of reasons why DC Dual Force ultimately failed as a card game, but management and decisions like that were certainly one of them. Surely there is crossover. As someone who's currently playing a DC Hero Collector game, yes, there is certainly a lot of crossover. Was the game fun? I will say, I don't think it was just bad management decisions. I think the DC Dual Force game failed in no small part because the gameplay was not particularly innovative or memorable. I think a big part of the problem with the DC Dual Force game is it largely felt like regurgitated generic card game with the DC IP. And it didn't have a mobile client as well. That is accurate. That also did not do it any favors. And for the long-time Hoaglandians, if you want a really deep cut, the people who made DC Dual Force were the same people who made Hex Shards of Fate. If you want some insight into why they probably had some not so great management decisions. It was made by the same group of folks. We unfortunately cannot compete into the throne room. But I think we're gonna win. We're gonna win here, yeah? Gets us this, yeah. 2, 4, 6. Can we grapple Sage into the throne room? I don't think so. I don't think they're competing on either of these spots here. I think we're beating. Oh, they're competing on the left. That's interesting. I was expecting them to like, because I was like they can't beat Thanos, and they're not reality stone on the left. Is interesting. Cole Jack, thank you for the. Oh, they have Lucas. Yikes! Yikes! Cooked. I think we're cooked. Luke Coljack, thank you for the 25 months. Meta for Thoughts, thank you for the 17 months. Got him. Never doubted us for a second, chat. Some of you were panicking. I wasn't panicking. Some of you at home were panicking. Thrin, thank you for the almost 5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. And a few I missed in here too. Super Vodka coming in hot for the 25. Trinity with the entire year. Have a mod sword to go with that sub shield. Welcome back. Melf Daddy, thank you for the half a year. Appreciate you re-upping at the ads jump scare. Magurio, thank you for the 23 months. Good morning, good morning. LBB coming in hot for the 48. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Yes, it gave a lot of gamers insight, talking about DC Dual Force versus Snap a little bit more. It gave a lot of people insight into what the dev lead times are on these types of games, which is a lot of people, because Snap actually got announced, I think, slightly before DC Dual Force, that people are like, oh, DC Dual Force is like their response to Snap. But like most of these card games, or even just big video games in general, have like a 5 to 10 year lead on development. So like DC Dual Force and Snap were developed in parallel without knowledge of each other almost assuredly. And they just happened to hit at similar times. Yeah, speaking of other games, I've got the Arcane Rush command in the title. We've done some Arcane Rush stuff on stream before, and we will be checking that out, their new season, on stream later today. My plan is to play a few hours of Snap, and then we're going to do an hour of Arcane Rush, and then we'll kick back over to Snap before Zorn releases at 2 o'clock. I've not played any of their newer dealer from their latest season in Arcane Rush, but I played a bunch of their other ones. Hood was an above average draw for sure. Hatchet Ninja, thank you for the year and a half. Welcome back. The Armor Cosmo deck definitely has Shag, right? It hurts me how much you're probably correct, yeah. Although I guess I don't have anywhere great to Elixir this back. I guess I can Elixir the Hulk on the left. Free gut, Elixir are both good top decks here. Unlucky. I think it's just this. It's like play for all of it.
Power must be controlled.
That's fine, we win the right. Shout out to the gamer who called the Shang-Chi Armor Cosmo deck. Just good deck building right there. So we're due for 1 million snap clones in the next decade. Yes, we will probably start seeing a number of Marvel snap clones in the next year or so. They'll finally start rolling out for people that wanted to have a response to this type of game. And I end on fire here in case I want to forget. Do we make the global bounty? I do not believe we're going to end up hitting the stretch goal. Which, if you ever wanted an excuse to call Marvel Snap a dead game, I will say that it'll be the first time I've ever seen a game not make one of those stretch goals before. It's a bad look to set a goal like that and not hit it for a game like this. Alright, so what's the goal here? We want to top deck Misery, so I could go Fire here, Misery, make a bunch of demons. Kill Daddy. That's even better, right? Man, where are they gonna Cosmo? We're super cooked to this Killmonger. Oh, we could grapple into Gauntlet. Yeah, it's something to keep in mind. Giving up my acid arrow feels a little bit bad, but we just have infinite demons now, so yeah. Yeah, obviously it's a great Killmonger. I don't think we should wait to play the Acid Arrow just because of, like, board space considerations. Like, if we top deck the Killmonger like we did there, we're just so far ahead, right? Yeah, Victoria would have been extra insane there. So far, this deck has been really fun and sweet, while Elixir has an actually stone cold nothing in it, so kind of running exactly at expectations for the card so far. Is Surge the best release of the month? Absolutely, and it's not particularly close. Oh, that's so annoying. Lucky. What a lucker. I think I'm just playing this out now. I can get out ahead of Cosmo. Yeah, and armor too. We have priority this turn. I brick a draw is why I was pausing, but I think it's correct even with the brick. I don't love playing Kahori just because this is gonna get Shang-Chi'd, but I kind of, like, my hand's gonna get so much smaller after this turn is the problem. Having 4 of my Kahori triggers land here is just such a disaster case scenario. Am I beat here? I'm gonna go to 9 over here, and I'm gonna go to 25 over there with 2 demons. Sorry, 11, and 6 needs to be a 27. We could grapple Venom into Wakanda. That's adorable. They could be shanging me this turn, though, is the problem. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I think they're passing this turn. Yeah, this is adorable. You're late for you. This beats She-Hulk left, yeah? Because I gain 16 here up to 24. I guess I lose to Infinite here, She-Hulk here, so it's a flip. I could just hedge this and put this here. Did you count Cyclops? I did count Cyclops, yeah. Because I'd be going to 24 and they'd be at 21 and then I'd be at 22. Oh, I didn't count Wakandan Embassy though. This is a good old-fashioned Marvel snap last turn coin flip. Look at how skilled I am. Skillfully flip that coin. Gotta turn off their stream, yeah, exactly. Alright, well, the Elixir deck is ready to play the last round of Gold Conquest here. Not that Elixir isn't anything so far, but I am a sucker for a good Victoria hand Kahori misery pile of cards. So we're gonna take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll, and we're gonna play some more of this in Conquest when we return. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks that have done that already today. I'm gonna fill my water bottle real quick. I forgot to do that this morning before I went live. BRB. Hey, Doggo, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate the direct support. Is the Pixie Hulkling deck good? The stats would imply that it's not very good, but it also has 4 tech cards in it and has good cube equity, so it's fine. Yeah, welcome over. Check out Arcade Rushes. They added a new dealer recently. So we're gonna check that out on stream in a little bit. I think it's their 5th one. I've played 2 or 3 of them a bunch, and then a couple I have not had time to check out. I haven't played the new one at all yet, so we're gonna do that on stream later today. Finished our Elixir mission, and we're gonna continue playing him? Witchcraft. Alright, I should hold these for the weekly rollover, yes? Yes. The long week was great. Very productive. I put a new floor in and built a new couch/bed in the bedroom at the camper. Got a lot of outdoor cleanup work done. Played some disc golf with the kids, some friends. Yeah, we spent about 10 minutes talking about the tournament at the top of the stream. It'll be cut and uploaded to the Hoaglandia Snap YouTube channel on its own later this evening. There's the bathroom fiasco all cleared up. So, we actually made progress on the bathroom fiasco this weekend as well. So, we thought we could get the same flooring that was originally installed to replace the damaged stuff in the bathroom, but it turns out what was installed is not what we thought was installed. So we had to return that and figure out what we were going to do. And Christy found someone who had 15 boxes of the now discontinued flooring about an hour north of where our camper is in central Illinois. So Sunday morning, I drove like 3 hours round trip or so with a little stop and go traffic and went and bought boxes of the discontinued flooring so we could now finally get it installed. Should we clog the Wong? I mean, this is an airship Wong, so I'm not really worried about the Wong if we're being honest. This gives us +6 in the middle up to 14 plus a little extra. Seems fine. They're playing Aeroshim, so even if this stays a little bit loose, I just really don't want to play more games against them, so giddy up. Oh yeah, someone's commenting this game is dead. I didn't notice our opponent's username. Average gamer, really. So in chat saying, why would you play a game if you thought it was dead? Well, it's funny, someone was commenting earlier that Dara was on stream this weekend complaining Marvel Snap was a dying game while he played in the tournament. If the tournament was at a more convenient time for me, I probably would have played in it, but since the prizes for the tournament were just nominal in-game rewards that I already have too many of, I did not make time to play in the tournament this past weekend, since it was on a holiday weekend. I got a rock. Oh, I always forget Collapse Mine kills rocks in other places too. It's such a weird interaction. He also called Hoaglandia a cult. That's funny. I just assume he's confused by the concept of actually fostering a community as opposed to hazing people that come into your stream like some type of shitty college frat boy. If I hold the Killmonger, we could maybe catch the Deadpool with it later. His value.
What a game.
We're a cult. Are there pamphlets? Asking the real questions. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. I think it's probably gonna be we take priority though. I think it's worthwhile. What color is the Kool-Aid we're drinking? Asking the real questions. For people who aren't familiar, like don't follow Marvel Snap too closely, for reference, when Twitch drops are going on, Dara has a command in his chat that misleads people by telling them that that their drops are gonna complete faster on his channel. And I think it's deeply scummy to be lying to people for financial gain during one of the higher traffic times of this Twitch for the Marvel Snap Twitch category. And he knows what he's doing. It's not a joke. It's not a joke when you're lying to people so you can make more money. Oh, and this even potentially kicks the X23 out of here, yeah? People fall for that. So you need to understand, ye of zero empathy, that most people don't know life living on Twitch, and many of them are coming to Twitch for the very first time when drops happen. And then their very first experience on the platform is being lied to by a grifter. We're gonna Venom the left tier, I assume. Yeah. So we're hoping with a 66% to kick the X23 out of the right here to win Mojo World. Grifter's like a con man, someone who misleads. Lying for profit, yeah. And then, from an interesting perspective, talking about Marvel Snap being a dying game, is I actually think Dara and the other people that engage in the behavior with him during drops like Dexter have hurt the Marvel Snap category as a whole a bit too, where they do their whole, we stream 24 hours a day in a coordinated cycle, constantly raiding into each other. Because what that does is it takes the majority of the viewer boost during drops and concentrates it into a very few number of people, which means there's fewer people who can do full-time and part-time content in the space successfully. So if you've ever been around my content during the drop cycle, I do long streams, like that's very reasonable, but I make a point to raid smaller content creators to try and get new eyes and share that extra love that happens in the category during drops, because in a content space, a rising tide raises all the boats. So if there are more successful people making Marvel Snap content, it's good for everyone in the space who wants to make Marvel Snap content as a job. And just as a case in point, because there'll always be bitter people who dislike me who try and say, well, Jeff, you're just upset. You're just upset that you didn't get invited. I did get offered to loop viewers with other large Marvel Snap content creators when drops started happening for Marvel Snap. And I declined, and I put my money where my mouth was and said, we should raid smaller content creators when we're done because it's better for everyone in the space. And then I went ahead and I did that. And I also think it's really sad that, like, this is, I hate this part of our society and the world in which we live, because someone just said, I love when Jeff talks shit about other people. I am simply taking the time to explain how something works and how someone is having a negative impact in a space in which I exist. And I am not explicitly talking crap about people. I am explaining a factual reality and the impact that the decisions certain people are making impact other people. It's not at all. I am not sitting here making stuff up or lying or intentionally tearing people down. And if you have a problem, or you think I'm saying something that's untrue, you should point out and explain why you think the thing I'm saying is untrue, rather than just being like, you're talking shit about people. So it's so silly you can't just have like this objective conversation about this thing that's happening without people getting super mad about it. A rising tide raises all the boats is a good analogy. Thanks for that. I'd never heard it put that way before. Yeah. I'm inclined to play this list as a sub for Elixir. I would wager this deck list probably gets better by substituting your favorite playable card for Elixir. So far, Elixir hasn't really accomplished a ton for us. Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna play a couple more, but we probably sub this for Nico Minaru and the deck gets better here, yeah. As a general note, because I haven't had the time to do it and people always say it, you absolutely should not WD-40 a bike chain. So yes, my bike is a little squeaky and you're just gonna have to hear it occasionally when I don't mute it and I want to be talking while I'm pedaling. I'm muting it when I'm not talking while I'm pedaling, but it's coming through. You want to grease a bike chain, not WD-40 it. But this this bike contraption that I have, oh, what's the word that I'm searching for? It, the pedaling mechanic with the chain in it are inside of an enclosure, so I need to, like, take the time to, like, unscrew it and pull it apart and put it back together to get in to grease it. Just not enough hours in the day. It's up there. It's up there alongside Unclog, the half-clogged sinks in my in the kids' bathroom upstairs. That's at some point I'm going to do it, I promise. But for now, it's only half inconvenient. You know, there might not be a cheat inside of it. I actually don't know. It's fully enclosed, so I haven't actually opened it up to look at it. But something in there assuredly needs to be greased after I've had it for 2.5 years of regular pedaling. Do I want to play the demon? If I'm playing the demon, I'm committing to not killmongering. That's probably fine. It's probably fine. What if we Kahori and then we Misery them next turn, yeah? I could drop some Kahori triggers here, but I think that's fine. There's gonna be an extra turnover here still. What's Dracula do? They must be a Red Wing brew, yeah? This is kind of sick though, yeah? We get double 7-point Kahori triggers here. Yeah, are we spinning the Elixir wheel? Oh, you know, I could do... I could do this. Yeah, I'm not gonna get to copy the Elixir. I'm aware grapple pulls, chat, but like, what are you accomplishing by telling me that? Wait, what? Didn't I blow up 2 things last turn? Was that 2 turns ago? What the hell happened? Oh, the lane was full because of the demon. Oh, and then the grapple arrow gets weird. Everything got very weird. Okay. No, it's fine. Everybody calm down. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Everything is fine. It was intentional, yeah, clearly. So this is 23, and then this is a lot. I think we're beating them discarding an Infidot here, yeah? Like the plan? Maybe Shanged in the middle? I'm probably getting Shanged in the middle. I think they were just expecting Infidot to win the raid. Good night. I mean, Elixir was kind of cool there. If I hadn't blocked the left, Elixir would have been super slick. Oh my goodness, that's so funny too. The person that came in here and said I was talking shit earlier, one, they went and complained on the YouTube side when they got timed out here, and then two, they were someone who would just followed the channel this morning. It's always funny how frequently people that come in here and say something hostile like that are people who are brand new and know that they're just coming in to stir the pot. Community's so much better actively rooting out folks like that. Yeah, just very, very weird attention-seeking behavior. So long, bud. Hey, Jeff, wanted to say thank you for the end of the AM link. I got a couple of shirts through them a week early, too, and I love them. Nice, Pyriel. Glad you're enjoying the stiff. Are there any playable Nomura or Agamotto decks? Not with good stats. I don't think either of those cards are particularly powerful. Are we mentally prepared for the bounce nerf on Thursday? I don't want to talk about it. What happened to Agamotto? Did people realize it wasn't as good as it seemed? Agamotto had a very typical / similar shelf life / existence that a lot of other cards in Marvel Snap have had, which is to say that if I do this, I draw next turn, I get that. Okay, which is to say, sorry, to complete my thought, which is to say that Agamotto wasn't ever actually very good. It was just played in a deck where it was littered with tech cards. So then, once you got rid of the tech cards, you just were left with something that was only okay. And now Thanos is the best tech card shell, or Surge Zabu is the best tech card shell. We can Mystique the Victoria. I don't know if I want to do that. So I have a couple of lines here. I can Frigga. Victoria was the last card I played, right? Or did I mess this up? Did I play Victoria last? I actually don't remember now, and the card's not highlighting it for me. I think I want to do this. I think it's this into Misery. I think this is better than copying Victoria. It's close though. Although I guess I miss on the second demon. Alright, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, much like the United States, we've lost the right here. Can we win the center? They play, let's just say they play Thanos in the center, which we know they have. They would be plus 12 in the center once you account for Surtur. I'll go up to 18. This is plus 6 and plus 6 again, which gets us to 20. Let's beat Thanos. I think this is right. That's close though. If you don't play around Spectrum, you can win the run. I think we play around Spectrum. We're beating Spectrum Center as well. We can die to a random Shang-Chi out of the ongoing Thanos build, I suppose, but I think we're beating most of their one card plays here. Yeah, we did the math on that one, bud. Eldune, thank you for the 71 months. Prime number indeed, and a long time. Appreciate the almost 6 years. Morning, good morning. I will say, I haven't played Misery Firehair Kahori before, and it's been a really impressive 1-2-3 combination. We've had a few Kahori on 4 with Firehair, and then Misery the Kahori on 5, and it's a lot of points across the board. Corey really feels like she's this close. Man, that was 2 really fast infinite tickets. We just crunched through those gamers. So, you absolutely should not buy Elixir to play this deck. I think if you are missing him, honestly, the deck's probably better with Nico. We loaded this up because I grabbed it off of Untapped that I wanted something different to do with Elixir, and I'm a pretty huge fan of, like, Victoria Hand Frigga stuff. And Nico has good, clean synergies with a lot of the other things that are going on here. Elixir was fine at a couple of points, but the rest of the deck is very functional without him, and he's ultimately a pretty clunky, awkward card in the games that I've played. Why did Victoria buff the Sentinels? They weren't created in hand. They were created in hand. They were created in hand when I played to the location, Cirrus. Would Kahori giving +2 with lower base power be strong? Probably. Yeah, I think she's pretty close to be playable as is. I kind of wouldn't mind seeing her as like a 3-drop with a low base power and +1, but honestly, she might be a card that's fine enough. I feel like she's on the cusp of playability, which probably means she never gets touched for both better and worse. All right, we are going to tap an advert, and I am going to go find an Esme Kuko deck to do our weekend missions with her up next. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Happy Tuesday. Good to be back after a few days off. Grab my notes. write that one down. I think that one's highlightable. Yeah, I don't think I want to do the sneak and show list. You've played a bit of that. I'm gonna go look and see if there's anything else on Untapped that tickles my fancy. Yeah, I'm not gonna save that one. I'm gonna save the Fire Hair Quarry deck. That was fun. GOZ, thank you for the 24 months. Welcome back. Maybe we just play Mr. Negative. It's been a minute since we played a lot of it. Deck's kind of fun. What's the difference between here and here? No tech card. It says Psylocke instead of Rogue. What makes some decks better in Conquest / Ladder than others? We have literally never had a point in Marvel Snap's history where there was a deck that was good on the ladder but bad in Conquest or vice versa. I think the thing I would describe about the difference between the ladder and Conquest is that the power level difference between good decks and bad decks gets wider in Conquest because it's a lower variance format where you have to win multiple games. You can't just like get wins as a surprise. So like the decks that are good on the ladder get better in Conquest on average. The decks that are mediocre on the ladder get worse in Conquest on average. But I don't think there's like, this deck is really good in Conquest and it's terrible on the ladder, or vice versa. I think at every point in Marvel Snap's history so far, decks that are good in one are good on the other, and bad in one are bad in the other. Negative does look good with the black cosmetic, yeah, for sure. Slowly getting these on everything. I keep firing these gold tickets. I keep firing these gold tickets. I think Taskmasters would be a 5-0, absolutely. In fact, on my Hoaglandia Snap channel last week, I published OTAA changes I would like to see in Taskmaster back to 5, wasn't it? You end up getting a faster rate of pull borders, you just hold the button a bunch of times. I just held the button a bunch of times. Morning, Chris. What benefits you more, using my Twitch Prime or me watching you with Twitch Turbo? Twitch Prime by a lot. So Twitch Turbo gives a non-zero amount of revenue, but ultimately it's similar to just watching the adverts. And the best way I can put it is, if you watched every advert on every piece of content I put out in a given month, it would be less revenue for me than if you donated $1. And on average, Twitch Prime is significantly more than $1. If you live in the US, Canada, or Australia, I think it is, it's like $2, and most of Europe is $1 or so, depending on where you're at. In a bit of advice, what's the best course of action with my tokens? I'm at 54,000 collection complete. Do I keep up with the new releases or wait for them to go into the Collector Series 5 packs? I mean, technically, it's cheapest for you to wait for them to go into the Collector Series 5 packs. But that also means waiting months to get every card. There's the currency optimal thing to do and then a fun optimal thing to do. Need to get rid of this one. Now, unfortunately, because they're Thanos, my limbo is not guaranteed to stay. I think I still Mr. Negative here just because there's a Mystique and a Sage in my deck. Yeah, and I just would buy the seasonal packs every week when the cards come out if you're at 54,000 tokens. For reference, for people who are semi-large sea creatures like myself. Okay, I forgot. I can't play Mr. Negative. The deck is unplayable trash. Shtick! Thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Unplayable trash. Back to the what's it called? Find more decks. Guess who's back? Back again. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Too Tall, thanks for the 1.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I remember when Mobius was the good guy. Yes, Wave was very evil. That's a really neat build. Wiccan Ajax stuff. I'll donate 10 for Jeff to play my Khonshu Esme list and ship it. Easily bribed, just like your local congressperson. Grab this one for later, maybe still. Border unlocked. Where was it? Speaking of your local congressperson and being bribed, this is the loose quartiles, by the way, quintiles, sorry, not quartiles, quintiles, impacted by the big beautiful bill that the Republicans passed through the House. So if you're in these bottom ones, it's not too bad. Top's a little scuffed. I don't know how you can say the name of the bill without giggling. I mean, it's comical, right? It's like, should we call it the inverse Robin Hood bill? Where's your deck link at, Munch? Thank you for the gift subs. Should have been born a billionaire. I say that to myself every day. The Sheriff of Nottingham bill. Man, am I gonna put a freaking black cosmic border on Khonshu? I think I'm legally obligated to. Where's that graphic? I can link the graphic. The budget model is from UPenn University. I'm not sure where the graphics are. That's where the numbers that are from. It is an excellent variant. You're not wrong. Border unlocked. That's fewer than I was expecting. All right, what is this pile of cards doing? So we have Esme as Khonshu redundancy. I suppose this is something I hadn't thought about before, but Esme and Khonshu have overlap in the payoffs that they're good with. That's an interesting deck building observation. Munchlax. Yeah, that's neat. All right, let's play it. I like from a pure deck building theory perspective. I like where your head's at here. Really slick overlapping synergies. Like cards that like don't have any express synergy with each other, but like the cards they work with are similar. It's good deck building from a core perspective. How unfun do you think Guzzlord is gonna make Pocket this week? Oh man. I didn't really get into it in my review of the spoiled cards, but yeah, I've talked about how I think Pocket players have been burning out recently. I think they're about to hit a real tough metagame with the Guzzlord. Well, unless that card doesn't end up being a staple somehow. What is it doing? It's for people that haven't seen this. What is a Guzzlord? Well, it's a 170 HP basic that has a 2 energy colorless attack that lets you flip coins until you flip tails, and for each heads, you discard a random energy from the opposing Pokemon. It's Team Rocket Grunts on a double colorless attack. It's like super toxic. Yes, it is on a 170 HP basic Pokemon. To boot, like, no drawback. It has a retreat cost of 4, technically. Zimichko, thank you for the brand new Prime support. There's a ton of great people you can send that to every month on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this way this month and keeping me around. Alright, so we discarded an Iron Man. don't blink Esme. Oh, I'm blinking Jubilee, which means I get Gore or Khonshu. Yeah, that sounds great, actually, yeah. Hey, Hannah, good morning. All right, this could get Khonshu, and then Khonshu would get back 5 power Iron Man. I am Fifi. Thanks for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Khonshu. All right, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I think I'm buying what you're selling here, Munchlax. This is a really slick combination of cards. Dark Places, thank you for the 22 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. That was fun. I just been the Iron Man, yeah. Think so. All right, want to draw one of our 3s so that way Jubilee can fill the White Hot Room next turn. Or... oh, they might be filling before us with 8 energy, though. I bet they're about to fill here. Ziax, thank you for the almost 2 years. Appreciate the prime. Welcome back. Order! Yeah, good call. Order in the court! This is incredibly rude. All right, Logan. Not on the left, bud. So rude. I guess. Okay. It's a piece of candy. I love when you come for me, Ghost Rider. You're such a good boy. Wolverine is like, I live in the Atuma path, and you cannot stop me. Okay, and then this turns Ghost Rider into Gore or Khonshu. I unfortunately don't have anything discarded for Khonshu. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm just supposed to take the flip for the Gore, I think. I lose to a Venom is the problem, yeah. Do I? Venom would be plus 20 on the left, which would get them to 34. But I lose 2 on each of these, yeah. Oh, Zola the Null's also problematic. Yeah. We could beat Zola. Yeah, that's true. If they Zola it, I could, what's it called on the right? Lose this to Venom, though. The incredibly real card named Guzzlord is going to be real bad for Pocket, I would wager. If you missed it, I would appreciate it if you check out my Pocket card review on the Hoaglandia Pocket channel. Video kind of struggled a little bit. I'd appreciate the engagement. Null's power when he's destroyed counts when he's regenerated by Zola. Yes, so you get you double your null when you Zola the null. Oh, I guess I can't blink the Ghost Rider here is the problem.
Enough said, Bob. What a game! I'm coming for you.
Thanks for mentioning Prime subs and realize about that. Well, thanks for taking the time to hook it up. Yeah. Big chunk of what allows this to be my job is folks taking a couple of bucks from Jeff Bezos every month and send it on my way. Anna, speaking of, thanks for hooking up the primer again. Okay. So we got rid of their Zola. Can just do this, yeah. And if I do this, and then we get 20 here and a bunch here.
Victory.
This is currently a coin flip on Blink versus Iron Man. Probably one we want to take. Are we a gold Conquest? Absolutely not. This person doing their missions is sweating in the proving grounds. This is tried and true tradition of gamers who don't understand how systems work. I think I want a Lucas rather than gamble this. Although if I hit this gamble, it's pretty good for me. That's close. I'll take the coin flip.
I definitely need to change my underwear. Enough said, bub.
Unlucky.
Enough said, bub. What a game! Clear for takeoff.
Well, that's fun. So we'll go Anti-Venom into Blade, and then we'll get to Khonshu Blink the Blade.
Enough said, bub. What a game!
Zola gets us. Would that be an Iron Man left? I guess it would depend on where Wolverine goes. No, Wolverine gets us, yeah. I kind of just, like, don't want to play 800 more games against them, though. I'm gonna stay under the premise that I only want to play one more game against this person. Make sure they're good and muted because we're dead here to Zola, but I've just been playing against this one person for too long. It's so tedious.
Enough said.
Classic Conquest problem, yeah. Well, I guess Null is 0 in hand too, huh? Samurai gets Null and what's it called? Oh, that's an interesting thought, Hogs. If I Samurai first, I could get the Iron Man back. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that could have given us a 50-50 to win the left, right? That's a good call. If I was staying because I wanted to push, be done anyways, that was the play to win line. Hey, Milla, thanks for the 20 months. Appreciate the over a year and a half of support. Welcome back. Yeah, double anti-venom is super fun here. Ant Maze is good for them. Sad. I don't know that we can be big enough to keep up with a big Deadpool if they have lots of ways to blow it up here with the Ant Maze. We'll try. I guess our anti-venoms could roll high real hard.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Am I supposed to take this flip on the Khonshu? It's disruptive to them too, right? Skill game. Oh, come on. All right, well, we know they don't have Null or Zola in hand currently.
What a game!
What a game! Couldn't have said it better myself, Bull. Couldn't have said it better myself. This gives me 8 power Iron Man on the left for 26 there. Then my Gore is 10 in the middle. And they unfortunately have 7 energy because we Silver Samurai'd the X-23, so if they top decked Nola or Zol, they can play it alongside their 20 power Deadpool, which is so unlucky. They're 40% to have one of those two. They had 5 cards in their deck here. It's like, it's correct to play the Silver Samurai every time there. It just really sucks to get potentially hugely burned by it.
I am Iron Man. And Hydra!
It's so disappointing. This was really just a peak classic Marvel Snap game too. Opponent sweated us in the proving grounds and then top decked their best possible card and then ran the timer all the way down before finally playing out their best possible card. Very, very average Marvel Snap conquesting. Why not Gold Conquest? You know that experience I just had where I didn't want to play against the same person for 800 games? That's like every round of Gold Conquest. When I'm playing a new deck, ideally I want to see it in a variety of matchups. Any idea why Second Dinner still hasn't changed the proving grounds to be best of 1? I think, as someone who previously worked in the tech department of a large company in a former life, Conquest to me feels like the person who was initially responsible for it no longer works at Second Dinner or no longer works at Marvel Snap. And no one who currently works there wants to claim the orphaned project. It's like the only remotely reasonable explanation for why it was introduced 2 years ago at this point and has received actual 0 quality of life improvements or changes since then. Sorry, they updated the end screens when you lose one time, like 2 weeks after it released. And then other than that, have not touched it. I need a bowl for Skirk tomorrow and Genshin. I'm not really playing super far ahead with Genshin stuff. I play that game pretty casually. So I'm not like looking at data mines and things like that. So I'll load the character up and see how it feels and what types it is, and then maybe or maybe not. My Genshin account mostly needs Geo characters at this point for the theater. I don't know what is happening. What is going on? The good news is I've completed my win with Esme Kuko missions. Why have we retreated for 1 cube 5 times in a row? I don't understand. That's a really interesting take, Chris. Conquest feels like a game mode they alpha tested along with regular Snap until they decided how they wanted their core game to feel, and since it was 90% done, they pushed it out the door. Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good take, because if you go back to the very initial, what's it called? Preview of Snap, if I recall correctly, they played like a Conquest adjacent thing. I'm very confused. I think I'm actually just gonna leave. This is such a deeply awful experience. Like, they're not just wasting their own time; they're wasting mine too. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Maybe that's the goal. Maybe they're just like hoping people get annoyed and leave. But I really don't know what to. I just want to play a game. If we snap, this is the last cube. No, there's 2 more of them sitting here right on the clock. They have 3 cubes left. To everybody trying to remotely puzzle out that last opponent doing anything other than griefing, they're just griefing. That's why they're taking so much time in between. If they were trying to min-max something related to the global bounty, they wouldn't be sitting there running the timer down in between every time. So really, really, truly, I think it's just an instance of you should assume the worst. Isn't the global bounty done? I have no idea if the global bounty's done or not. The whole everything about that system was poorly implemented and communicated. Have they announced if we made the stretch goal? Absolutely not. You did not make the stretch goal. Which I'm pretty sure that makes Marvel Snap the very first game I've ever played like this, where the players did not hit the goal. I think it's the very first game I've ever played in this style of game where the players didn't hit the top goal in one of those types of events. Rusland, thank you for the 15 months. Zeckles, thank you for the 51. Look at that, 15 into 51. Lovely, lovely. All of my 5s and 6s in my hand is an unfortunate draw. Maybe in the minority, but it doesn't bother me. If they blew out the last one, I think putting something up there to maybe obtain is perfectly fine. It's free stuff. So, it's not a good look for the total overall health of the game to miss goals set like that is like the TLDR. Because essentially what it means is they set those goals based on a certain number. How those types of things should be. You have a stretch goal for 40 million, and you think 25 million is obtainable. That means you expect your players to play a given number of games to get around 25 million on average, and then you think setting this up is supposed to incentivize people playing more, and basically it means that your people were playing less than you were expecting them to over the period of the event. Or maybe the event was just structured poorly to begin with, who knows. But on like I said, on average, it's just not a good look for the product to miss on goals like that. It's Thanos. Well, yeah, I mean, part of it's certainly the fact that like we're in a poor balance past state, right? Yeah, and part of it, like there's tons of reasons. Like we're in a 0 OTA state. We're in a bad meta game. They didn't promote it. Like there's a ton of reasons. But I'm just saying, when you add whatever the reasons are, it's not a good look for the game to set a goal like that and then miss it. And also, like, you talk about part of it too is not even just the Thanos, but like you look at, they wanted to promote people to play with the new cards. It's also kind of a testament to every card release this month kind of sucked except for Surge, right? It's like the long and short of it. Yeah. Surge should probably have been the season pass card, or it should have just been a card that was worth playing. Or it should have had more good cards. Power level and everything should just be a little bit higher. I've come around at Esme being interesting. I mean, I think Esme and, Prodigy are both pretty interesting designs. They're just kind of low power while being interesting. Surge worth tokens. Surge is a very good Marvel Snap card that you will get a lot of playtime out of. Absolutely.
I'm coming for you.
Grimmelden, thanks for the over 5 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Khonshu is on top of my deck. Yeah, it makes playing Silver Samurai very appealing. Also targets Arnim Zola or Null. Or their random Iron Man, I suppose, as well. So what are we cutting from this deck for Howard? Asking the real questions. Wait, they're playing Mockingbird and Gladiator? Weird. It was a very amusing Gladiator. Probably not quite the one they were expecting. Right, Thanos death. I don't think they had Thanos. Their deck was 12 cards. Thanos would have made the Mockingbird make sense. All right, we can take an advert. I think we're gonna play some more of this. It's an amusing mixture of cards. I haven't played enough Khonshu, and he's a character that I like, so I think we'll do some more of this when we get back. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna run and grab my lunch, subscribers. BRB. If you're watching on YouTube, consider tapping the like button. Appreciate the over 100 folks that have done that already today. Hummus and vegetables kind of day. Vive's market is up 1.5%. Yeah, we had a 1% drop off or whatever when he tweeted that he was gonna tariff Europe 50% or whatever last week. And then tariffing Europe 50% lasted less than 3 days, so they got their 1% back or whatever after his threat of disrupting the economy further. Yeah, shocker. Like, I don't know, it's all nonsense. Maybe 4 years of watching it all rubber band around like nonsense until hopefully we put adults back in charge again. Art of the deal. Art of the deal, gamers. Art of the deal. It'll be curious to see how all the Q2 reports look for companies. We haven't really had any non-vibes based reports of anything that's happened post tariffs yet, because it just hasn't been that long of a timeline. Like a lot of people I think don't understand like how much of a lag time there is, and the market's having actual data to respond to. Like I think Walmart talking about their prices going up as a result of tariffs wasn't happening until like June. My company just posted expected losses and non-growth for this year due to the tariffs. Yeah, I think there's likely going to be more of that. And I for people that haven't heard me talk about it before, like just to give you a really pointed example of someone who like experiences a really short-term quick impact, like I've personally lost thousands of dollars in advertising revenue for 2025 alone already from companies that typically would have been advertising physical products with me that have pulled out of the US altogether for the time being because they can't know what it's going to cost to sell their products here because of the tariffs going up, down, and all around. And like I'm a very small fish, all things considered, right? And so like if I've lost thousands of dollars from it, you better believe that like other bigger places are going to be losing more than that. And we don't have the actual numbers or things from those types of impacts as of yet. Yeah, I agree, Thorborg. It's going to be July or August. Closer Q3 / start of Q4 when we know all the Q2 numbers. Well, I was hoping this location here would get me out of there, but alas. What do you think about the comments that we need to get out of China? That's like I've been hearing from a lot of my right-leaning friends. I think your right-leaning friends are like most conservatives and are incredibly ignorant of the logistical nightmare that it is picking up your infrastructure and moving it to another place. Acting like it's an arbitrary thing to do is nonsense. And past that, there's a really good interview from let's call him Tim Apple, yeah, as Trump would, where he talks about how it's not just you need to. Oh my goodness, we would have won this game if we would have won the 50-50 for them to take Power Stone. A lot of people like to, let me get it right. The Apple CEO talked about how the types of tooling engineers they use to design their products, you're lucky if you can fill a classroom with them in the United States, And in China, you can fill football stadiums with people that have the qualifications that they need. And there's this big narrative that people only do their development inside of China because it's a lower cost, but that really hasn't strictly been the case for a long time, and they're not the cheapest labor anymore. A lot of people are using development inside of China because of not only cost but also expertise. And a lot of the costs that they have in China are about efficiency. They're not about just because the labor is cheap. As is the case with a lot of things, it's a complex and nuanced topic that's not a, oh, you should just build factories here. One of the solutions to actually bringing jobs and stuff like back to the United States past the logistics and building the factories is investing in education, which is also another thing they don't want to do. All right, and now I would like to formally request that we move off the topic of tariffs and Trump and all that jazz. And as a friendly reminder, if you're someone that supports my content, we have a very active Discord server where you can talk about gaming and Marvel Snap and sports and food and politics, among lots of other topics. It's unfortunately endless, and I just don't want to get bogged down in it all day on stream. They are Irishim, yes. Unironically, I think Legion's my #1 card for please redesign this. I think that one might be a hot take, but he's at the top of my I wish this card had a different text box. It's just a deeply toxic card. Would Legion be more or less toxic as a 4-cost activate? Significantly less toxic because, what's what I'm searching for? You wouldn't be able to copy things like death, like destroy X. Destroy locations. Yeah, I miss 3-cost Storm. 3/2 Storm was one of my favorite cards for a long time. Yep, we get to blink into guaranteed Iron Man here. As this person doing bounties. Looks like it. Either that or there's about to be a very free death in our future.
What a game! I definitely need to change my underwear. I am Iron Man.
The kills have been mongered. They certainly have. Our opponent has certainly destroyed 6 cards in the match. I think we're dead, yeah. I don't think it matters. Out of my plays. Actually, the most points I can get here is playing Ghost Rider for this anti-venom, I think.
I'm coming for you.
Alright. I think dead to the Agent 13 Havoc is it's time to hang it up. Gonna roll it on to the next stick here. Yes, we could have flipped our coin different there. What Esme decks are your card? I really don't love any Esme decks, if I'm being honest. We've been trying a few of them. None of them really felt great.
What are the odds?
Alright, I want to play Domino here, so that way we're most likely to have priority going into next turn, so we can Red Guardian wherever their X23 is. Or their Deadpool, perfect. You've gotta be forking shirting me. That's such BS. So, I played explicitly to have priority, and then Necrotia made it a coin flip and we lost the flip. Hey, I mean, I get to get rid of the X23 at least.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
Drawing Luke on the 1 in 5 there means my Malekith doesn't hit anything here. What absolutely cursed variance. Holy. Oh. Oh, my math didn't math there. It is a little baby doll. Still died. What are your opinion on Spotlight Fairies being 2,400 gold? Way too expensive for me personally. I will probably never buy one. As someone who is the not so proud owner of a $400 Pokeball cosmetic in Pokemon Pocket, I think you can and should charge whatever you want for optional cosmetics. Who cares? I need you to switch over to gold so I can Q-snipe you. I see. It's a pretty good one. Yes, the card pulled by Malekith gets destroyed by Murder World. Both Murder World and Hala destroy face down cards. How big is Ajax? He'll be 19 in the middle only. Is all of my card, none of my cards will have a penalty if I play? Is Laufey bigger? Is he? This would give him +6 twice. Gives a big penalty here. Yeah, I could buy that for $1. We already did either way, yeah. What was my line to win here? If I would have put, if I would have not played Luke and played Ajax, we would have won. I think we would have. Yeah, I think that was the line. Should we wog left for hatchbacks and trigger twice, baby? Yeah, none of these Esme decks feel very good. That's sad. She ended up being a lot less interesting of a card than I expected her to be. The buttons. All right, so they're definitely Surfer. Like, we do this? Does the copycats, in theory, being on... Oh, I forgot to move the shield when I undid it. I'm gonna myself now. Zorn gonna be another mid-release? Yeah, probably. Is this their tribunal turn? No, not yet. Zorn's Zorn's an interesting card from the perspective of he's both an enabler and a disruptive card simultaneously. Which is neat. All right, let's get some warheads built up here, huh? Yo, dog, I heard you like warheads, so I got us some warheads. Oh, well, that's terrifying. Yikes. Part of my ignorance, but what card does Zorn enable? Vulture. 3 and 4 energy cards that like to move. It's so sad. Red Wing! Yeah, sure does enable Red Wing. That's technically correct. The best kind of correct. So they play Living Tribunal. And it puts them to 105, and I think I die. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Oh, it's more than 105, so I'm making Gore bigger. Zorn is just worse, Goose. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to hear that one a lot today, aren't I? Is that the Reddit take of the day? On the new card? We're gonna call it worse, Goose. I feel like that's what I'm gonna have to sigh at very frequently. Doesn't even, I mean, so like, it makes sense from the perspective of they restrict your ability to play cards to a particular location, but like, Goose is explicitly targeting the very big things, and Goose cares about cost reductions, whereas like, Zorn's still gonna move things that cost 3 that were Sara'd, or cost 4 that were Zabu'd. And Zorn, again, is an enabler as well, so Zorn's gonna get paired with Vulture, and Zorn's gonna be a card that allows you to mitigate variance in a way by letting you get cards into places like Sanctum Sanctorum and Death's Domain. As one of Marvel Snap's foremost Goose enjoyers, this card hasn't been playable in a long time, and to set a low bar, I think Zorn's probably serviceable. I think Zorn is a meaningfully disruptive card that you could also have a payoff for. Is the TLDR. There's a few things we'll try with him today. All right, I'm gonna tap an ad roll. I'm gonna go throw my leftover lunch bits upstairs rather than letting them rot here on my desk. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Zorn releases in 2 hours, thereabouts. BRB. All right, gamers. For the next hour on stream, we're going to be doing a sponsored segment for a game that I've actually played a ton of off stream on my mobile. They had their command and QR code up there for a little bit. This is Arcane Rush. Make sure you've got their. You hear their little bop of an audio track here. Let me get the QR code up on this this overlay. My mobile. I like mobile chat. People often ask me the types of other games I tend to play off stream. And Arcade Rush is exactly the style of game that I've played a ton of off stream because it allows me to play in short bursts and pause and walk away from it at any given point without penalty. So we'll walk through some of the basics here to start. This is an asynchronous auto battler. So you are drafting a team lineup from cards that you then put into play, and it battles into other people's drafts that they've done in the past, but not real time, which means when I jump into a draft run, I can pause or walk away or take the time to read all the stuff. Like they have in this game 5 different what they call dealers here. And basically each dealer is a different draft format, so they have a good range of variety. I've played a bunch of these two, a little bit of this one, and not a ton of this one. And this one here is brand new. You can click into them, and there's different cards inside of them. I'm a typical card game player, so I'm not gonna sit here and read all of them in advance. I like to dive in and figure out the synergies as I go. But you could, if you wanted to be someone proper and plan ahead, you could read through all of the cards in advance. And each dealer has a number of different races that you draft from. In each game that you draft, you're drafting from 3 at random. And this dealer, there's 3 to start plus neutral, and then you unlock more as you progress your dealer upwards. Read well, and that's one of the things too, like, because the game is asynchronous, I can take the time to, like, read inside of the actual drafts. Let's hop into a draft here. We pick our hero at the start. Avenge 2, give your units 1/1. Transform a unit into the shop into a random unit of the same tier. That's free, so we get to re-roll that every turn. Pin the Arcane Rush message. Check it out on Steam, Android, or iOS. You can use the link pinned above the chat or scan the QR code. So let's grab that one. The way the game works is you have 16 people in a round, and you're split into 2 groups of 8. And each round you battle into someone else's draft tier.
I do love new customers. They tend to stay forever.
He's very chatty. So this is the first round. You can see there's 8 people on one side, and then there's 8 people on the other. And the goal is to be in the top 4 after the first 4 rounds to move on to the second stage of the draft. And I actually kind of like the aspect of it kicking you out after 5 rounds if your draft isn't very good, because it cuts that kind of compulsion where you're like, well, I'm not super happy with this draft. It's kind of struggling, but I need to play it out for value. So it's just like, nah, if the draft's not good, you're not going to make the cut to the second part, and you get to move on and do another. So I have 3 coins to spend here. There's 5 coins to upgrade the shop, so can't do that on the first turn. You can lock units to keep them from rolling over, and you can refresh to re-roll here. Units cost 3 to buy. The Honest Fellow is a lovely dork here, where every time you upgrade your shop, he gets +3/+3 permanently. So he is an excellent neutral to get to buy on our first turn. You get up to 6 units in play. Is this game pay to win? You can spend money on things in this game, which according to most of the internet makes it pay to win, yes? Cowboy Exquisite, thank you for the over 4 years. Yes, this is an auto battler mode, the same genre of game as Hearthstone Battlegrounds. So, similar to drafting other drafting games. When you draft 3 of the same unit, you get a golden unit that gives you an extra bonus with it. So I might lock these just to keep them, because this dork summons a doggo. So if you get 3 of him, you get 3 dogs as well. So you get 2 goldens and 1 for the bonus. So I'm gonna go ahead and lock these to keep them. And then we press the fight button. This will be a draw here, because they had a shield to block. So when you win a round, you get 3 points. When you draw a round, you get 1 point. And when you lose a round, you get 0. So this has barrier. I'm looking for a 3rd one of these or another honest fellow. So I'm gonna go ahead and use my champion ability here to reroll this one. Not super excited about that. I'm gonna keep these locked, but at every turn it gets cheaper. It gets cheaper to upgrade your thing, and we have 4 coins this round, so I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade my shop, which triggers him. When you upgrade your shop, you get to pick for one of 3 bonuses. Give a brew to the next unit you play 2 uses. Brew has to do with the dwarf synergies, which are units we haven't seen yet. This just gains 2 coins. Yeah, coins in my hands. Sound great. Oh, no, wait, those are coins up here right away. Coin spells. There's a difference between coin and coin spells. It's been a second. And your things don't carry over. So now I kind of got to decide, do I want to keep these or do I want to spend these coins re-rolling? Because I could re-roll looking for more copies of Honest Fellow. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. When you sell this, get 2 brews. And I keep looking for another one of him. This is good if I recall. Your brews give an extra 2-1. This is solid for the dwarf synergies usually. I haven't drafted dwarves with this champion before, but there's some similarities between other ones. So I'm gonna lock this so we can buy the forge next turn, and maybe we'll draft dwarves. This game have a tutorial at the start. Yeah. Also, you can feel free to ask questions while you're hanging out here. I feel like we've explained a lot of what's going on. So we had another draw, which gives us 2 points. So there's three more rounds. Usually 6 or 7's the floor to be in the top 4, but with everybody getting a bunch of draws, the number of points you use is a bit
no
lower.
problems.
I'm gonna go ahead and buy the forge and slide this out. So our brews give an extra 2-1 this game. I'm gonna refresh. What do you do? Cheers. Transform a unit in hand into a random dwarf and give it 2-1. So cheers is something that happens whenever this unit gets a brew. So we'll need some things that make brews. Summon a different tier 1 to 3 undead. Gain 3/3 when you sell a unit. I don't think I'm happy with any of those. Like, use my ability to reroll one of them to see if it's one we want to freeze. Nope. We're probably losing this. Yeah. All right, so we got 2 more rounds, and I probably need to win both of them. So
A minor setback. Unless
I suppose
you'd like to up the ante.
I could upgrade and this gets a little bit bigger. That's probably not enough to win a fight. Let's reroll one of these and see what we get. Sell a unit. This first draft just might be scuffed. Kickstart, give your units 5-1. Units in the shop get 5-2. Well, I need to win the next 2 rounds, so giving my units 5-1 for the next 2 rounds is probably what we need to maybe push through. So let's do that. Hope it's enough to win this round and the next one. Does not look like it. And we're actually just dead here because we can see this person has 6 points, which is the bottom. So even if they lose, we're only going to 5. Can forfeit the run, yeah. Alright, let's take a mulligan. Get a random unit of your shop tier -1. Seems pretty good. Because things sell for 1, so you can just buy it, and then if it's not good, you can sell it back again.
One mortal,
Hurt, get 2 damage
endless
permanently.
ways to crumble. Let's see what you've got.
When you play a unit, give it a brew, 1 left. Let's try the dwarves again.
Oof,
The blue
that
number is
was
their
rough.
damage,
Want
and
me
the red
to
is their health.
bury
Yes.
the evidence?
I wonder what this does if our shop is level 1. I assume it does nothing. Oh, that's interesting. Get a unit, random unit of your shop to -1. Okay, so that is a floor of 1. That's neat to know. Let's go. What we'll do. Yes. Yeah. In fact, I can pin the link on the YouTube side. While we're hanging out. Yeah, Android, iOS, and Steam for this one. All right. Cool. We're on the scoreboard. Ooh, that's real good. Okay, so I'm gonna go buy you. I think I'm selling the dog. He's getting 2 of these down, so they both upgrade. Sounds good. I'm gonna re-roll this for a different random 1 drop. Ooh, that's perfect too, because now I have 2 of these. So we have 2 different units that we could find to get a golden here. So this start is much better than our last one. Set a low bar. Alright, we've got 6 points here with 2 rounds left, so we just need to, like, draw both or win one of them to lock it up.
The drama, the spectacle, the undeniable thrill of Arcane Rush.
I think I'll take 2 coins. Then we get to buy this dork.
The
Merges
house
into a
always
golden.
wins? Well, actually, yeah, pretty much.
And then we get to grab a unit from tier 3, play transfer all brews from an ally to random allies and give these allies an additional transfer all brews from an ally to random allies and give them an additional 1. That seems fine. Have a couple of brews on the board. Oh. Cool. Okay, so we powered that up. I haven't used my ability yet. Let's roll here and see what we find. Nothing worth locking. Let's grab a random 1. Not super exciting, but we'll slide it out there so it's a body on the board. The ability on this too kind of lets you move a coin from round to round too, because you can just like get something that then you can sell the following round is interesting, and normally you can't carry coins over between. All right, and now that we have 9 points, we're guaranteed to be the top half here. I think I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade this. Give units in the shop 2/2 this game. Yeah, that sounds good. So our shop tier is 3 now. 5 is the maximum. Get a random 2 cost. Death, give it undead ally, 2/2, and this death ability. Again, not very useful, but just like is a warm body. Let's play it out. All right, so we made the top 4 of our round. So the top 4 from each half of the thing go into the final stage. where you now have hearts instead of points. And every time you lose a round, you lose a heart during this portion. And once you've lost all of your hearts, you are out. I think I'm just rushing to upgrade my shop, because getting my shop higher makes this more efficient, and it gives upgrades to this. So we haven't really committed. The next unit you buy costs 2 coins, 3 uses left. It's like 3 coins back. Give your top left unit revive. We're gonna do that to discover future things. I'm gonna again sell this dork to get a random 3. Ooh, we got a dwarf. Cheers. Give a random ally a keyword until next turn. Neat. So he gets that, then he gives that as a keyword. Four of the 6 best dwarves are 5 costing there quickly. Good. Yeah, usually if you're like winning your rounds, progressing your shop faster is ideal. Although we're in the finals now, so people's strats are a little bit better. I think we're still good to win this. Yeah, cool. The combat in this is asynchronous, Cody. So there's no timers or anything ticking down. You can pause and come back to it later at any point. Yeah, and I think I'm just gonna, because we're at 3 hearts here, I'm just gonna be greedy and get my shop max upgraded here. Give the stats of your weakest unit to 2 random units. After you refresh the shop 6 times, discover a tier 5 unit. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be rolling the shop up here. I'm going to sell you to use my ability here, get a random 4. Give a random ally, barrier, cleave, flying, multi-striker 6/6. This champion's been really solid. Although giving that flying is not particularly great for us. And now this is as big as this dork is going to get, because our shop is max upgraded at this point. We finally hit a group where he can't carry. Take an L here, so that's fine. We're revved all the way up to 5 on our shop, so now we just gotta find what type of strategy we want to draft now that our shop is set.
This reminds me of my final performance. Tragic, truly tragic.
This isn't terrible if we're gonna end up being in dwarves making art. Cheers, steal all the units from the shop. Yeah, that sounds great, because she's gonna give something a brew when we play it out. So I'm gonna buy this. Brew to a random ally. Attack your brews, deal +2 damage this game. That could be useful. I'm gonna roll here, because if I play this, he's gonna steal everything in the shop.
Oh ho! You hit the jackpot, my friend.
Gonna reroll one more time here. These are super exciting. Am I sitting on this? I think I'm sitting on this for a turn. I could potentially have a better shop next turn. Yeah, if you want to support my content, check it out, Arcade Rush, using the link in chat. There's no specific goals or things to play through like some of the promos we do with this one, but I'm just looking for a fun game to pick up and check it out using the link. Yeah, it's the same genre of game as auto chess, drafting auto battler. We can only take 2 more losses here, so I'm gonna need to try and figure out what our end game is gonna look like here relatively quickly. Ideally, we find one more of this guy to be able to get our what's it called going. It looks like we're gonna win this one. Have you played in Portrait 2 or just Landscape? By default, it's Portrait on mobile, so I'm using their Steam client on PC. Which is Landscape. Getting a win here while we're still fumbling around is nice. Gives us some breathing room. This was 6 refreshes. I discover something. End of turn, elf allies get 3 damage for every combo triggered this turn. Give Give your barrier to your units with taunt. End turn, give 3/3 to all units for each brew played from hand this turn. Okay, so I need to find some things that can give me brews played from hand. Your death abilities trigger twice. We're looking for other dwarves that generate. After you refresh 3 times, get a brew. Seems fine. I need something to be generating brews, so I'm gonna go ahead and buy this, I think. And actually, I'm gonna play this out, because this gets a brew and then it steals all of these. What do you do? All tier 1 units are removed from your shop. That's interesting. I kind of want a tier 1 for these. Let me refresh once or twice. So if I could find a third one of these, there's a lot of value in it. End turn, give me 3 brews and 5/5. That gets pretty big. And there's probably other things that trigger on brews not played from hand. This one is explicitly brews played from hand. I think I'll take this. I think I'm gonna go ahead and these guys are kind of just taking up space at this point, so I'm gonna go ahead and sell these because we're never gonna get to combo them. Oh, I forgot to play this one out when we were refreshing. Awkward. Okay, let's do this, I think. I didn't play any brews from hand this turn, so she doesn't do anything. So I don't think I'm gonna rush to hit with her just yet. Nice. Winning this one is big, because it means I still have breathing room. It feels like our engine is almost set up at this point, it seemed like.
Ho ho! I could watch this for eternity!
End turn, give a brew to
wait,
all of your
I can.
units. Yeah, that sounds good. Am I at a point where I'm selling this yet? Do I have enough stats without him? I think so. That's close though. We'll use her to transfer a brew to him, which steals everything in the shop. That said, 1 left, so I'm about to get some brews to my hand. So I need to clear space in my hand here. So I am playing these out purely to sell through them. And you can see our things are coming together here now with our resources. So I'm just playing these out because they're not useful things. They're just things that we happen to steal. And now when I hit refresh here, these trigger and I get brews. And this hasn't triggered yet, so I can play one of these brews onto him to steal everything in the shop at some point here. Let's buy you. Oh god, and then I'm about to get more brews again already. Oh wow, these are about to go quite crazy, aren't they? Huh? So I need there's a hand size limit here too, I think. I think it's 6 if I recall that we're gonna bump up against. Honestly, we might not be using this one. Yeah, 3 of them merged for an upgrade. I think I'm selling this, and I think I'm doing this. Give 3/3 to all allies for every brew you played from hand. Okay, so I'm gonna play this brew here to steal all of these, to then sell all of them. This is turns like this in this game might make me extra happy that it's like there isn't a timer ticking down, because I can like sit here and think through what's going on. And that gives me 2 brews. Is the card that gets rid of 1-star things not working? I thought we played a card that said it got rid of 1-star things. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have so many brews. Oh, it only works while it's on the board. Oh, I thought it was an on reveal, basically. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna hit refresh again here and then get 2 brews. So we've played 3 brews from hand. So this is gonna trigger and give everything just a massive, massive bonus. We have 2 of those. We're just gonna keep distributing drinks and refreshing here. We're digging for 3rd copies of these things. And while we're digging for 3rd copies of these things, we're distributing alcohol to the lands. When you sell this, get 2 brews. Yeah, that sounds right. Jeff, you're gonna make me download another game. It's a genuinely very good game. I enjoy it a lot. We've played 10. Okay, so we're definitely winning combat this round, Copium. Ooh, and there's a friend for next turn. Okay, so I'm gonna lock this, so we get the golden version of him next turn. And I'm gonna play the second one of these out, and now both of these will trigger, and I believe everything should get 30-30 twice now for this round. And we'll hold these brews, so that way I have them to trigger the cheers to steal the shop out next turn. Yeah, cool. Our numbers are solid here, but we're getting down towards the end of the draft. So I mentioned our thing was finally coming together. Opponent's numbers were very sizable there, too. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you a brew to steal the shop out, which then triggers this. This is, what does it say? Refresh 2 times to get 2 brews, okay. Oh, this is a sweet one. It gives you a random other card that you have in play. So this is 80% to give me another golden unit. Perfect. Give 6/6 for every brew you play in the turn. Yep. So we do this. And this gets to roll another one of these. None of these are useful for our current draft, so we're buying and selling. These units, again, don't have any synergy with what we're doing. I'm just buying them and selling them to get coins through. Okay, and we'll hit the refresh. I still have 1 of this left to steal all the units from the shop. Iron Panda, thank you for the 15 months. And Al, thank you for the 45 months. All right, there's 2 brews. I already gave you... Okay. So let's just play these out so I don't overfill my hand. And we're looking for good dwarves to steal now. Kickstart, give your units 2 brews. Seems fine. We need a really big payoff for the cheers mechanic at this point. Transfer all brews from ally to other allies and give them 1 additional brews. This is still 2 off, so I can refresh 1 more time. Alright, need to distribute some alcohol so my hand doesn't overcap. That makes it so my brews get even better, so let's give this here. Let's sell this. Let's buy you. So now my brews give an extra 2 damage and attack now. So they give 5/3 per glass. I guess we'll put this on here just to swipe all of those. We'll fight? We'll fight. Alright, she gave 42 to everything. The 2 payoffs for cheers with this dealer are +6 at overwhelm and a random keyword one. Okay. I guess this 5 drop that gives bonus based on brews played from hand is kind of a payoff as well, yeah?
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
She's the one
That
providing
move
us
gave my
lots of
bones
numbers.
chills.
Alright, let's sell through these ones I'm not going to use. Think I'm going to go ahead and steal the shop here. And we'll sell out these. This one gives something 4/4 and swap edge damage and HP. It's nominal bonus. I think I'm going to go ahead and see if we can hit a copy here.
I hope I won't disappoint.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Honestly, and this is the spot you want to be when you get to the end game in this game, is it feels like I probably have the tools I need to win this draft from here, but I can also roll into upgrades if the right units appear in my shop. And our shop's not being super cooperative. We've like played 6 brews already. Everything's gonna get 9/9 for each brew that we've played. Just make sure we leave space to steal everything here so we can sell them later. So someone else's turn takes less, your turn is waiting around. Absolutely not. There's no timers here because I'm playing against drafts that people have previously done. Yeah, so there's no bots here. They're just doing the exact same actions. The game remembers actions that you took. So someone else is gonna run into this dwarf's draft at some point in the future. Potentially a few other someone else's. So it's not like there's an AI playing something that other people did. I think we're gonna win this draft here, it looks like. Which is someone who's an adult with small children. My off-stream gaming time is mostly games like this where there aren't just constant timers ticking, so that way if I need to like take a break and walk away, I can do that. Oh, I capped and didn't get my extra brew for my refresh. That's sad. That's fine. Like I said, I think we're gonna be good to go from here. I think I'm selling through a bunch of stuff at this point. So now my brews gives 7 attack, which is nice. Whoo! Steal yourself an extra copy, bud. Tier 5. Lovely. I'm gonna sell this. Sell this. Just selling through here. Yeah, I'll take a random.
This what you wanted?
I get mostly doesn't matter at this point. I guess in theory I could collect a second copy of her. Yes, that's a great way to put this type of game. It's very good at respecting your time, which is exactly what I want out of a game. As someone who's an adult gamer. We're basically getting 1 brew per gold at this point. And honestly, I think I'm just looking for a 3rd copy of her to call it a day. We see, I'm actually assuming I win both of these. We're only gonna play 2 more rounds here because I have 2 opponents with 1 heart each. I mean, I would be surprised if this one isn't a win. Based on the ones we've run into so far. I think we've beaten both of these people already. I just need to go through the mechanics of refreshing and rerolling my things. I think the only upgrade I'm looking for at this point for this last round is if there's a 3rd copy of her, I will get a 2nd comboed one, basically. But outside of a 3rd copy of her, I think we're just rolling and playing these out. Fire him off. Old 600 plus pointer. I mean, the opponent's draft wasn't bad. They made it to the finals here for a reason. They cannot compete with the overwhelming power of alcohol. Accurate. So as you play through like the Nord key as a new race to draft from. So right now when I draft this dealer, we're always going to draft undead dwarves and elves. And then when I hit 19, we'll unlock Nords, and then this one is 40, and then Orcs is 67. Oh, is Gnomes the last one? I love Gnomes. We'll end up drafting a lot of him to get to Gnomes. This is only the 2nd one. What's it called? I've seen Nords are OP. All right, let's jump in and see if we can do an elf draft, maybe. I have quests to complete. Maybe pirates will be different for me this season, but the last 2 dealers that had pirates in them, I just could not win with them to save my life. Something about how they work just didn't click for me. I bought a few of the passes when I was playing regularly. I've not picked up this one yet. Woo. A lot of stuff on the free track. Does your progression restart new season? So I actually really like that aspect of this game. So there's that's the wrong button. This is the one. There are currently 5 dealers in the game, and I can jump back and play any of them that I want, and they each have their own separate progression points through them and their own unique sets of, there's some overlapping units between them, but they all have unique twists on how you draft inside them. So like dwarves have the cheers mechanic in each dealer that they're in, but like what you're doing with them is different dealer to dealer, for example. So this is your points here with them. I've played these 2 dealers the most. This was the first one they introduced gnomes in. Played a lot of Mimi. And then I wasn't really playing much at all this season, and this one I played a little bit of. But you can jump back and like, so I can say select tier for Fiddle, and you can see now I'm gold 2 for Fiddle. I've climbed and played a bunch of points with her. Or I could jump in, and if I wanted to play, I said Mimi's probably the one I played the most. If I decided I wanted to play more Mimi, I could hit select, and I'm also gold 2 with her. Look at that.
Just kidding. I'm at my service. What do you need?
Oh yeah, they're very, very similar amounts of points. Show someone who's different points. If I click at the Nord, I'm gold 4 with him.
The seed is loyal, and the game awaits.
This guy, the one I've played the least with, I am silver 2. Yes, when you are drafting, you are playing into other people that are playing the same format you are, so the same dealer essentially. Now, they might have different races, though. They're not guaranteed to have the same 3 races that you're drafting from. Let's do another more timer. Do you win a combat? Get an extra coin. We'll get a coin spell. So the difference between a coin and a coin spell is a coin goes into your coin total. You have to use it right away or lose it. Whereas coin spell goes in your hand and you can save it for later. What effect does the dealer have on the game? The dealer is the pool of cards you're drafting from, essentially. And different dealers have different races. Start turn units in your current shop cost 1 less. To win a combat, get a coin. That's close. I'm gonna take this guy. See how that feels. Bettis, thank you for the over 4 years. Welcome back.
Step into the spotlight, warm blood, if you dare.
Your next refresh is guaranteed to have an elf. Hey, look, she found a copy of herself, yo dog. Whoo, getting a win on the first one with just a 3-3 feels like robbery. That first 3-pointer is so clean.
Tried paying in bones once. Let's just say the skeletons weren't happy.
Next unit you buy costs 1 less. I don't think so.
A stumble.
Ooh,
a misstep.
and these all cost 2
But
now
hey, more
for
souls
that.
for me.
Well, that's great. Alright, hopefully... Ooh, that's lovely, because this will get us 2 goldens with the doggo. Ooh, we're gonna win this round of combat, too. Solid start here yet. Don't have particular direction we're necessarily drafting in, but got some good units to begin. I want to upgrade my shop before we put the golden thing out, because the golden things that you discover from what level you're discovering is based on your shop level. So when I upgrade my shop to 2 here and I play this out, it means that I get to discover a tier 3 unit here. Play, get an elf. Could have been more exciting, I suppose. Sell, give my stats to a random ally. Yeah, that seems fine. I'm gonna wait to play this dog out here, because if I wait to play this golden until my shop level is higher, I get to discover a higher tier unit, which has value. Ooh, that's such a good way to frame it for Card Gamer Senpai. Yes, there being multiple dealers at once in this game means you essentially get to choose the metagame or format that you're playing in at any given point. It's a good way. It's a good way if you're sick of playing into one particular strategy, you could jump into the other, and it feels genuinely different while still playing the same game. So as the last round, I think I'm gonna upgrade my shop, but it's also a little bit risky because, oh, well, I forgot we had Staff of Power. Yeah, Staff of Power makes this less risky. I need to win this round of combat to have a shot here. That's why I was saying this is potentially a little risky. And now I have to decide how bad do I want to greed. I could hold the doggo still until I get my shop to 4, because if I hold the gold until I get my shop to 4, I get to discover a tier 5 unit, which are the most powerful. So I think because we have the staff that's going to give my units 5/1, I can greed on this. I think there's a lot of good 4-star elves that you should just play it out. That's fair. A lot of the key enablers are 4. Rip. All right, well, with this draft, we may or may not, and we don't actually know. Would you compare it to drafting different formats in Magic the Gathering? Absolutely. I think that's the best comparison. You're still playing the same game, but you're drafting very different things. Your units towards the front and to the left get attacked first, so this one that has a death trigger that I want to trigger, I want to put him front and left, so that way he's most likely to die in combat. Cool. All right, we finished in the top 4 here. So that means we go into the final stage where we get the top 4 from our group and the top 4 from another group combined now. And now at this point, every time we lose a heart. And when we hit 0 hearts, the game is over, or if we knock out all the rest of our things. No specific in-game bonuses for using the link now, Friars. All right, I think I was gonna push the shop up here. Next unit you buy costs 2 less. Yep. We have one more round of the Staff of Power kicking here, so we probably win this round based on that. But then the staff is done. We need to find some units to figure out what exactly we're doing. Ooh, we might not even win with the Staff of Power here. Yikes. We had an okay-ish start here, but we haven't had any synergies come together yet. I'd agreed and put my shop to max. Right, we probably lose this combat because of it, but then we'll just run out. How old is this game? I get a feel behind if I start now. Well, So what's the best way to put it? Again, you pick and choose which dealers you want to play with. So you can just play the latest one. You can play the older one. Yeah, that's exactly right. The way they do seasons, the first dealer is like the same as when it came out. It's not like when you're drafting a particular dealer, you're only playing against other people also playing that dealer. Transfer. I think I'm selling the dog. I really want to find one of these or one of these to get us our Matt Maxon. Thank you for the 77 months. Welcome back. Taunt, death, get an elf. Those are 5-star elves. When a different elf gains, ally gains stats, gain 3/3. Kickstart, give the elf on my left ranged. None of these are particularly big numbers, is the problem. Play this out and see which random we get. Cheers Dwarf is not really what we were looking for. I think I'm selling out of these little ones. I think we're dead on this drift. I don't have anything that's giving my elves stats. This gets 3/3 or 6/6 permanently if an ally that died. It's 3/3 or 6/6 permanently. That's not terrible. I think we're just dead. I don't really have remotely big enough numbers here. I guess we could be queuing into someone else who also doesn't have particularly big numbers. We've got a couple of decent undead things if we get another limp gamer, but we don't lose points for that because we finished in the top half at least. It seems like the numbers at the start of this dealer are lower than numbers in some of those. All right, I'm gonna do the non-card gamer thing and read some of these dorks in advance here. So what's the payoff? Ally elves get 3 damage for every combo triggered this turn. So this is probably key for making the elves bigger, because it's what's her name was getting bigger based on when different allies gain stats. The payoff's the 4-star next to him. Give your units 2/2 for each elf you played this turn. Okay. So these two together kind of is what you're looking for in that draft. So you said when you said we were looking for 4-star elves, if you're drafting elves, it's because you want these two essentially. And then you just sit there and trigger combos on them. Okay. Choose a unit, give it revive. That's probably pretty good.
Welcome to the Boneyard Grand, where the games never end, and neither do the players.
Let's try and draft Undead. I assume they're good with giving revive. So we lose the first round, but he permanently gets a little bit bigger, which is nice. Alright, not off to a particularly stellar start. Oh, but we keep the revive. We keep the revive through. That's good to know. Let's grab this and give him revive as well. Can you stack revives? No, only one reanimate. Are we cooked? I gotta win the next two. That seems not great for us. Let's try and... You know what? Death dies, gives it 2 damage permanently. Oh. Alright, we gotta win this one and the next one out. Oh, I had extra coins from the other thing. An undead ally, 2/2, and this death ability. That seems good with our revive thing. If we can win this round, big if there. No! Cooked. Yeah. That's unfortunate. It felt like we were.
My greatest illusion?
Getting an okay start there. Changing servers in DC Dark Legion is under the account settings, I believe, and it's like change character or something. We played Snap for 3 hours to start today. We will play some more Snap when the new card releases or a little bit closer to. I'm gonna do one more draft. Is my plan. After you upgrade the shop, the next 3 refreshes are free and contain only units of your shop tier. Yes. Yes. That sounds lovely. Looks like fun. It is. I'm not gonna tell you how many hours of my sleep this game is
stage
stolen.
is set. Let's play.
It's big. It has this Arcade Rush has peak. I'm just gonna play one more before bed energy.
Steady hands, steady play. Let's see where this goes.
Playing a thing out here to get her dwarf, her cheers to boost it sounds good. All right, cool. So we won the second round of combat, which is nice. Getting a win in the first round or two gets you in a good spot to finish to be in the top 4. I think with this up here, I'm actually gonna buy
How I
another one
ended up here? Let's just say, never bet your life savings and your life.
Nice. Okay, cool. So we'll get to buy this to discover that next turn, and we'll have her as well. Draw there is dice for us. Yeah, if you want to check out Arcade Rush, it's pinned above the chat. You can scan the QR code on the screen, or there's a link there as well.
Hey, tried our cocktails? They're to die for.
Give a brew to the next unit you buy. 2 uses left. Yep, that sounds lovely. Ooh, 2 coins though. No, I want the coins because I want to buy both of these now.
Won't raise the dead, but it's respectable.
All brews from one ally. Yeah, that sounds good. Spread out the drinks. So my next refreshes are free and contain only units of my current shop tier. That sounds lovely. We're gonna lock that to buy next turn. Alright, so we gotta win this one to move on, so we want to prioritize adding extra points to the board here. Give an ally taunt, if it already has taunt, remove it. Let's do this. It's nice and large. I have to refresh again here. It's our last one that was guaranteed to have stuff in our thing. Give 2 random elves 3/3. I have no elves. Nice. Cool. Stack Overflow. Thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Cool. Cool. Let's redistribute the brews from there, because I'm probably going to sell this one. Our units got relatively big here. Hopefully it's enough for us to win to get to the top 4. Ooh, it's going to be close, actually. Nice, coolio. Very little bit. Our draft is like kind of coming together here, but not fully. It feels good to sneak in.
A win that keeps the game alive. Figuratively speaking, of course.
A win that is exactly what happened there. A win that keeps the game alive. Am I upgrading my shop yet this round? I don't think so. I think I'm buying this.
My greatest illusion? Hope.
Nice. Okay, so this will make our brews bigger, and it'll get 2 brews from that. And then I'll lock this in, and we'll get to grab this next turn, in addition to upgrading our shop to get a tier 4 out of it. gonna win this first round of the final stage too. Slick. Shop level 3. Let's make shop units bigger.
Now that's entertainment.
4-2 now. An extra 4-2. Ally with taunt takes damage, give me 1/1 permanently. Sell, give my stats to a random unit. I'm probably just gonna sell her. So might as well grab stats for another unit. Get an undead. Combo gain 1/2. I feel like there's a world where we might still want to pivot into elves from here. So I'm gonna freeze those for now. We'll see how this combat goes.
Spectacular! I haven't seen a play that sharp since, well, since I was alive.
Your next refresh costs 1 less. Attack, your brews deal +2 attack this game. I'm torn in if I want to start picking up elves or if I want to get more dwarves. It's another one of those. He's pretty good as far as dwarves go. Got a couple of cheers going on. Probably upgrading to tier 4 in the shop next turn. I don't have anything. The thing that makes me think we might pivot off of dwarves, or I don't have anything that gives me like sustained brews per turn yet. Feels like we need to hit the what we find on this shop refresh here. Feels like it's going to be pretty instrumental. Ooh, that's a nice one.
Tried paying in bones once. Let's just say the skeletons weren't happy.
We're definitely selling this. Let's do this and see what we discover. Get a tier 5 unit. Your brews give an extra 3/3 after you spend 3 coins, get a brew. Well, that feels like we're solidly committed to dwarves then, huh? I'm gonna let my coin go unspent because I'm gonna want to probably pin once we refresh anyways. I think we're losing this one. It could be close. The 36 in the back might hold. I don't have a ton of attack, I suppose. I have a lot of revives. Yeah, I think we're cooked. That's fine. We're still have no losses, so we've got 1 to give here. We got 2 to give, technically. Ooh, that's the really good elf,
This game takes me back to the grave.
That's the dwarf, though. After refreshes, get a brew. I think I want to keep him. I think I'm selling this one. That's a good dwarf payoff. Give a dwarf overwhelm and 6. It's another one of the elves though too. We're more in on dwarves. I kind of don't want to do like another dwarf draft. We just had a really good dwarf draft, but we just need to draft what we've been dealt here, basically.
Yes, all in. No regrets. And no refunds.
We're selling you two. We're playing you out. Playing you for the sake of it. Oh my goodness. Like 2 steal all of these. What our each brew is giving 12-8 with the stork. That's insane. Am I selling her at this point? I might be at a point where we're selling her. Yeah, I think we're selling her. I'm selling through some of these other ones here too. Although it gives it 3 brews. This thing gets crazy really quick with this in play 2. This game's very addicting. It is a very good your numbers get bigger game. Very, very satisfying gameplay mechanics from that perspective. Despise all those. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep playing all these out. Oh, I still haven't fully upgraded my shop yet either. Not that that'll stop us from finding that, Dorko. Lovely. This guy's gonna scale out of control really quick. Dwarves definitely seem like the best race my small brain can comprehend drafting with in this dealer to start. Oh, I didn't save a brew, so I can't. I wanted to cheers and buy this out, but I didn't. I forgot to save a brew from last round. It's a pretty big mistake, honestly. None of those are useful. This one gives me an extra one, so it sells for more. Oh, I shouldn't have clicked that one, though. I was going to put an elf in my next refresh, which is not ideal. Have to refresh the shop 6 times. It's good for a tier 5, absolutely. Whoo, and that's the last part of the dwarf payoff we really needed, yeah. She gives us 3/3 for each brew we played from hand for the turn. I should use the steel one for the turn here too still. Let's grab those coins for next turn basically. We did not have the overwhelmed dwarf in the last game. That makes things a lot more straightforward.
Winner, winner, chicken bones dinner.
I'm probably gonna need to sell through here in a second. Oh, right, and I have a random 5 coming up here too. Okay, so... am I selling out of one of these spots on board? You want to get rid of the giver? Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't need him at this point. You're right, but I hate that you're right. He just helps me take more game actions. That's all. I'm a simple man who just wants to take as many game actions as possible. Usually it's only the elves that have like the storm adjacent mechanics. The dwarves being storm adjacent in this dealer is a pleasant surprise. Ooh, buddy old pal. Alrighty. I just want to draw cards. Yep. I just want to dirtle and take game actions, okay? The only thing I want out of life is to dirtle and take game actions. Alright, I think we've hit the point where our draft probably can't lose. Alright, so if we win the next 2, this one is 2 more rounds. And at this point, like, we wouldn't mind upgrades for any of these, but realistically, we don't even need them to win the game, so... If I see them, we will buy them, but... We are winning just fine with what we have on board. Am I free to play in this game? I've never spent money on a mobile game in my life. Can you believe that? Spending money on a game that's free? Imagine spending money on something that's free, chat. Couldn't be me. I actually can't remember the last time I played a game and didn't spend money on it. I'm playing, especially ones like I play off stream, like this one, anytime I'm playing a game a lot. Insane numbers for sure. Yes, people asking how is the game monetized. So there's a season pass, and then there's gold currency that you use to upgrade your dealer to like unlock the new races like we talked about. So like I mentioned, this new dealer that just dropped, I'm always drafting the same 3 until I hit level 19, and then it unlocks a 4th, and then there's 2 or 3 other, I think there's 7 total per dealer. You can spend dollars to progress the dealer quicker to get the more races unlocked. That's 6 per, you're right, it's 6 plus a neutral. There's 7 total, but one of them's the neutral. I'm just not even buying anything. I'm actually just rolling to get brews to spend. Like there were a couple, I think we could have upgraded her if I would have prioritized doing it, but then I would have had fewer brews. Let's be honest, I want to get this guy to 600 points here before we're done. Lovely. So this is here, people asking, so this is my dealer track, and you have coins that you spend with the experience you earn to unlock it. And you get coins from doing missions and stuff, but you could also get more coins to push through them faster. And as you hit upgrades in here, there's a Nord key to unlock a race. I think it says it all at the top here. This one unlocks at 67, and this one unlocks at 92, and I think this first one unlocks at 20. No, I was right. There's 7 per. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I thought it was 7. You're making me think I'm losing my mind. Yeah, pirates at 40. So like every 20-ish levels. So there's 19 for Mort Timer, and then 40 for this, and then etc. etc. And then inside of each of the dealers, you saw I was picking from different heroes at the start of the game. There's heroes that you unlock with one of the currencies that you get as you progress up the track. And there's a pool of equipped heroes. So you're not guaranteed to get specific ones, but you pick from a couple each of your drafts. And these are other ones to the dealer, and these are ones that are still locked on this dealer for me that I have not unlocked yet. And each dealer, again, has its own 7 races that you're drafting from. It has its own hero pool, etc., etc., etc. All right, that was fun. That's Arcade Rush. We're gonna do some more Arcade Rush tomorrow as well, but we have a new card release for Marvel Snap here in 40 minutes, so we're gonna kick back over to that. What's the monthly spend of this game for resources? The season pass in this one is $15, so a little bit more than Snap. And that has it gives you a particular hero for whatever the latest Dorko is, and then gives you extra currency and stuff along the way as you go. Speaking of season pass, I'm gonna click these real quick before we kick back over to snapping. Ooh. Yeah, and that's one of the things. Someone else says, sorry, just one more thing to point out is I really like the way they segment the game into the different dealers. Someone asked, like, am I going to be behind if I start playing now? And the dealers only draft into themselves. Like, if you jump in today and you just want to play that same dealer you saw me drafting to start, you'll play against other people that drafted that same one. But let's say you want to, like, jump back and play the very first dealer, Fiddle, that came out to progress through and collect stuff for them. Like, you're only drafting into other people's Fiddle drafts previously. So it's not like a card game where like you show up in constructed or playing like a deck and like your beginner cards are playing into people with full card pools, right? Like you're only playing into the same people drafting the same pools you are. Yes, and you draft close to your number of rank points, whereas you climb up on that particular dealer as well. So as you get more experience with the dealer, you'll queue into drafts from other people with similar amounts of experience. We're going to do some more Arcade Rush tomorrow afternoon, or kick right over to Snap now. I'm going to tap a Twitch ad because that's getting ready to auto-roll. Thanks for ready for hanging out. We'll have a new Snap card release here in about a half hour. I played this after your first stream. Have they added new races other than pirates? Yeah, the Mimi dealer added gnomes as a new one. There's a mobile cross save. Yes, yeah, fully cross-platform play. That's the norm for most games, is your progress is cross-platform. Like, I think Marvel Rivals is like literally the only modern video game I've ever played that doesn't have cross progression. It's real weird and bad in that way. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick, gamers. BRB. Balatro and Slay the Spire don't do cross-platform through mobile apps. That's weird. Those are like actual indie games though, as opposed to like games for major people though, yeah. Crossplay is definitely, or cross progression is definitely the norm. My boys are off to an excellent start to their summer. I've been in and out of my office, using the restroom and grabbing lunch and stuff, and they just like actually haven't moved out of their chairs. I think they're on their third game of the day, based on what I've seen on their screens for the last 4 hours. Are you gonna play Marvel Mystic Mayhem when it comes out? I will definitely check it out off stream. My general rule of thumb is I don't play games on stream for free unless I think it's a game I could make content for full time. Because I know what I'm worth. And if a mobile game company wants me to get them new users for their product, they better pay me first. Even if their product's good, got bills to pay and mouths to feed. Like Arcade Rush. I played a ton of Arcade Rush off stream, but it's just, you know, it's a smaller game, so there's not a huge content audience. It's not something I could reasonably do full time. Love playing it on stream as a sponsored thing to support the slightly lower numbers we have for it, but it's just not feasible to do all the time. I do have a link for Dark Legion. Yeah, I've talked about that one a little bit too. That's another one I've been playing off stream. If your kid's summer starts in May, when do they end? Their summer started, their last day of school was last Wednesday, just before Memorial Day. I think they're middle of August for going back, or end of August, if I recall correctly. We're gonna play. We got 30 minutes to kill, chat. I didn't do a new Dex roundup this weekend. Let's check untapped stats and not look for specific cards and see if there's any gems hiding. We could play some Mysterio Bounce. The deck's not very good, but it's fun. Look at that, bounce deck gamers. Let's do it. We talked about some of the Golden Gauntlet top 8 stuff at the start of the stream today. It'll be a highlight trim of it on the Glandia Snap YouTube channel later tonight. I didn't dig through too much of the lower down deck list though. Those are incredibly bounce deck stats. They really are. That's such a good way to put it. They are very, very bounce deck stats. You think new Bunky is best in slot? I don't know that I agree with that. I saw people raving about it, but I think it's just some recency bias. I don't know, it's not a bad piece of art. I don't know that it speaks to me. Animated frame. We're getting close to 6 digits. I mean, at the rate that I'm spending these days, it's gonna be a while before we get 6 digits. You only get like 600-ish levels per month free to play. And while I'm not completely free to play, I'm not spending a ton on just raw account progression anymore. These are some of the types of numbers I did my review of the tournament data earlier, but even for Thanos in the top 8 is underselling how strong of a performance Thanos had at that tournament. Thanos was only around 30% of the decks that were entered in the tournament, and it was 4 out of the 7 decks that finished 8-1 and better. So there was one top 8 competitor that made it in on tiebreakers. For a beast or a toxin in our redraw here. Falcon's not terrible, I guess. Get Killmongered here. Nope. I think last week we were talking about how the correct line of Thanos in the top 8 was 5.5. Yeah, maybe. I think Thanos was actually pretty underplayed in the tournament, which I guess isn't too surprising given the fact that the prizing for the tournament was pretty minimal. I watched the final round of the tournament earlier today. The last game coming down to a New York coin flip where the Thanos player had to move Cosmo and Enchantress Iron Man is pretty insane. If by insane you mean average Marvel Snap last turn filled with multiple coin flips, then yes. It's nice to steal a game 1 here for 2 cubes. Like, I think this next destroy matchup's kind of mid. Their linear go big draw tends to be stronger than yours on average, I think. Well, alrighty then. So I think I'm like playing Iron Man next turn and then like setting up Mysterio Hitmonkey 1-drop on the last turn. I guess I could draw Beast. If I draw Beast, we'll Beast to the left. I think it's just this now. Just because of the threat of Killmonger. I'm gonna be a little careful about how we taste our stuff here. I was watching another content creator play this over the weekend, and they kept playing Rocket blindly and seemed surprised he rarely got very large. Well, you know. How big is Monkey? This is 811. This plays for all three relatively cleanly, right? I have 3, 4, 5, and then 9 on the right, and 12 in the middle. I really wish there was a counter on my screen somewhere that showed me how many things had been destroyed for death. Am I tying the right? Breaker, breaker, give me the news. I got hot 1 point over you. Carefully and coolly calculated here, obviously. $3,600 beast boosters. Yep. And we've split him a few times too, believe it or not. Rip. One of those spots where I feel like there's a reasonable shot they could play middle, but honestly with the bass, maybe I'm just supposed to leave the raccoon in hand there. It's another Killmonger deck in a row. Certainly looks like it. Is it gonna brick my draw next turn? Can we play this out like this because of it? Oh, and I just bassed my demon? Listen, gamers, if you haven't basted your demon ever, you've not played Bounce enough. I don't know that my choices matter here. I think we're probably dead. Yes, they are definitely prodigying the Silver Surfer. It's like, is this enough? 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 15, 18, 21, 22. I'm technically winning there. Alright, fuck it. No, I guess I should have counted the center. I didn't count the center. I'm adding 13 there. I guess 13 might not be enough mid. Yeah, I think we're short in the middle is the problem. And I didn't count Killmonger Prodigy, and I should have. Spent too much time counting there, right? That's the problem with trying to play the bounce deck, because you spend all your time counting in one spot. There's like 6 other spots you have to count too. Real close game. If I'd have hit on either of my rocket triggers earlier in it, would have actually won the center despite that. They didn't feel very confident, so only took one extra cube off of us. Bishop spent a lot of time training in the danger room, so we can play him into there with confidence. This guy. I think it's just this. It's like not a super exciting play, but it's where we're at. We get Red Guardian in the center here still. It's better to beast than Toxin. I can't beast and Hitmonkey this turn. Should have snapped when my bishop lived in the center. How do you snap with decks like Bounce? You basically don't, because you're just gonna die all the time. How to snap here, because I have the copy Silver Sable into Falcon. This is local man about to be savaged by a Killmonger. If they surge right, they can have priority, but if they don't surge right, we'll have priority here and can dodge it, which is nice. So the goal here is to not have 1-drops in play going into the last turn. And then spew them all out at the last possible second. This is a tournament winning deck. No, the tournament winner was free to play. My deck is all gold splits with cosmic borders. It's very insulting to ask me if my deck is free to play. How are we coping with Zorn today? It's probably fine. Yeah, I'd prefer not to bask my sables here if possible. Order? What did I do? Oh, there's an eco bonus. There's an eco bonus. Yeah. No, it's fine. This is tactical. I just want the hood to be bigger for when I flip it back out of the quantum tunnel here in a second. Unironically, Hood is the best draw on our deck here, because it means I can guarantee I won't have Hood on the left. This is gonna be 9, yeah? I think it's this. I think it's this. Our opponent is just like dripping in a bucket of sweat. Dripping in a bucket of sweat. There's so much profuse moisturization. Someone find them a towel, please. The towel is here and its name is Crimson Cosmos. That's rude. Is Hawkeye better than Rocket in this deck? Hawkeye is different than Rocket. They don't really have a strictly better, strictly worse relationship. Hey, look! I accidentally played around Teenage Warhead. That's about to happen eventually. Yes, Arcane Rush is absolutely cross progression. PC to what's it called? PC to mobile. So we do this, and then next turn we go Mysterio Monkey Rocket. Can you substitute Toxin and Silver Sable here? I mean, this deck sucks even with all of its optimal cards. It gets a lot worse when you start cutting key ones. I think you could probably get away without Sable and play Hawkeye or Iceman. You absolutely need Toxin. My hand's okay, but this is also just my opponent is sweating so much. I would rather be done. I don't want to play this Gold Conquest round for another 90 minutes of my life. I got a rock. Maybe my opponent just want to have Killmonger or Copium. Do you plan to play Infinite Conquest when it opens up? Absolutely not. Oh, I want to Bass, but I don't want to Bass my demons. It's fine. They got Subterranean shit. They never have Killmonger in a million years. They absolutely have Killmonger. I just really don't want to play against them anymore. I really can't emphasize enough how many of my decisions in Conquest are. I'm bored and don't want to play more games against the same deck. Wow, they didn't have it and we lost by 3 points. Sedge. All right, have an ad roll. We're gonna build some decks for Zorn here, and then we'll be playing with him in a little bit less than 10 minutes when he comes out. Thanks everybody for chilling. Don't go anywhere. Oh, did I see someone say they were updating the OTA schedule in the Discord server? I think I saw some people talking about that while we were, playing Arcade Rush. They're moving the June... Wait, they're moving the June 12th OTA to June 5th? Okay, I mean, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth here. But moving the June 12th OTA up, that feels like this Thursday's OTA. I feel like we're gonna get we know there's things we need to address, but we locked this one in before we made that decision, so we're moving this next one up. Shaden Freud, thanks for the 10 months. I hope that that's not the case. But as someone who's been hurt before, I feel like there's a chance we're in for a nothing burger this week. Cause like you don't move up the follow-up OTA if you're about to roll out a banger, right? Maybe, or maybe optimistic. They're gonna take the. Okay, no wait. Toot all aboard the cope train. They're moving up. The June 12th OTA. And here's the reason. They're gonna put Shang-Chi to a 5 cost on Thursday, chat. And they're gonna put the asterisk in there that if he ruins everything while being 5, then they're gonna roll it back a week later. They're moving it up so that way they can take a massive swing with this baseball bat that we've been hoping for them to swing. All right, I'm hot. We're hooked up. We're coped up. We're ready to go. Sir, your copium is leak. That's all I got. That's as coped up as I can get. That is as coped up as I can get. All right, let me delete some of these piles of cards here real quick so we can build some bad Zorn decks, huh? I think I'm keeping that one. I like that pile. I like that pile of cards. Probably get rid of that one. I haven't played this one in a while. Maybe we'll revisit that one. I swear, officer, I was just holding the copium for a friend. Surely the next patch increases deck slots, assuredly. Are the extra deck slots in the house with you right now? Did you ever play the competitive scene of Paper TCG? I competed competitively in Magic the Gathering for like half a decade. And one of the years where I was competing competitively in Magic the Gathering, I finished second on the independent tour that I was competing on. And when it came tax time at the end of the year, we added everything up, and I made approximately 21,000 USD in income from playing Magic the Gathering that year, finishing second. And then when we totaled the expenses, I spent approximately 19,000 USD on hotel rooms and card sleeves and plane tickets and other things. And the moral of this story, for those of you at home working out the math, is that I turned a profit. I would like the record to reflect that I turned a profit that year. The stonks were way up. There is a reason why many of the people who travel to compete on like the Wizards Pro Tour are like lawyers and hedge fund managers. They're people who have jobs that pay an incredible amount of money, because traveling to play competitive Magic the Gathering absolutely does not. And also, I'd also like the record to reflect that $2,000 plus year wasn't spent glamorously. It was like Spirit Airlines flights and like cramming 5 and 6 gamers into a hotel room or a car, and people sleeping on floors and in bathtubs to save expenses. We were broke college kids. There was no money. It was not a particularly glamorous grinder life. The Grab Tap site adds new games periodically. I don't know what frequency exactly they do, though. Remy, thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Do you have any tips for a current broke college kid? The best financial advice you can give anybody at any particular point in time is be born at some point in the mid-1950s or early 1960s so you can work a job and put money into Berkshire Hathaway before it took off to the moon. Dude, 2 reels and Apple would have also been okay. But honestly, even just stocks aside, like just being able to buy a house at a reasonable amount of money. There's a Creative House Pocket variant for Pixie. Oh no! Oh my goodness. God, I haven't spewed on a gold bundle that was bad for me in a long time, but that one's close. Oh wow. They just released this as a... Oh, this is what people were asking about, the other ones being 2,400 gold. Speaking of bad financial decisions. Speaking of bad financial decisions. Just stop buying Creative House Pocket variants, chat, and then you'll be able to afford a house. You have too many iPhones and Creative House Pocket variants. It's the reason why you can't afford nice things. 2,400. How much can 2,400 gold cost, Michael? $35? $35? Imagine spending $35 on pixels. What kind of an idiot would you have to be to want to spend $35 on pixels? Listen, to all of the Marvel Snap players out there who are appalled that Marvel Snap would release a $35 variant, I would like the record to reflect that I am the proud owner of a $400 Pokemon Pocket cosmetic Pokeball. So all I'm saying is, it's nice to be back in the land of reasonably priced cosmetics to a degree. As a sweet scar. The Abiding Dude, thank you for the over 2 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. After any 3 or 4 cost card is played here, move it to another location. All right, what else do we want to do? What do you mean $400 Pocket Ball? In Pokemon Pocket, the unique cosmetics, if you don't get lucky and open them from a loot box, cost $200 to $400 to purchase, depending on what they are. The premium ones cost $400 to purchase. The second tier down costs $200. Yeah, probably a Frigga deck. There's kitty boosters in the Conquest shop. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I know some of you are here to watch me. Some of you are here to watch me play with a new card, but I need to buy kitty prime boosters, okay? I prefer to watch you upgrade cards. Yep. You're gonna be in a good spot. I don't actually know how many of these we need on a roll or 2 or 3 times. I'm still missing Gold Crackle on Kitty Prime. I'm pretty sure after we brick on a few upgrades here today, Kitty will be my most split card without Gold Crackle. I'm gonna grab Alliance missions here as well before I forget. We are going to schmoove it. Play with Mobius. What a cursed Alliance mission.
Epic.
What a cursed Alliance mission. Alright, do I have any partially split? I do. Virgil, thank you for the 2.5 years. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Tacky S, thank you for the 26 months. The splits are the real content. They are. The black prism's kinda slick. I'm kinda into the black prism shit. New project, we need black prism on every card. Oh, man. See, chat, I just needed to buy far too many Kitty Pride boosters, and then eventually we would get it. Easy split. I bought a bunch of boosters, and now I don't need to use them. What an easy game. Alright, now which Kitty Pride? She looks kind of evil in this one. I don't know that I like it. This is an old Spotlight variant, right? So it's the most exclusive? Is this a Spotlight variant? I can't remember. I feel like I've had this one the longest. Oh, you can check. How? Oh, this is Kim's art too. Yeah, I love Kim. Kim is great. All right, sorry. Let's build the deck now. We got my kitty split. What are we building, and why is it Victoria Hanfriga? Gosh, Red Wing just sounds atrocious. Do you want to build Batroc? So the problem with Batroc and Zorn is you don't control which other location Zorn is punting your cards to. So you're not going to be able to control Batroc very frequently with it, right? Madam, see, I don't know that I want to be all in on doing schmovement stuff, yeah? Ooh, Miles is a fun call. I don't hate that idea. I spent 1,000 of my hard-earned collector tokens, and this is how you repay me, Benjamin. It's fine. I need to restart the client so I can do my Galactus pull anyways. It's so obnoxious. All right, I'm gonna tap the ad roll while we're waiting for this to restart. We're finishing this deck anyways. It doesn't come up while we're playing games. Oh, I remembered to grab Alliance Mission Lord. I do appreciate the reminder though, because I definitely forget that constantly. I would need another move enabler if I'm going to play Miles, though. Which is probably just Sam Wilson. Kate. Ganji, thank you for the 1.5 years. And Noggin Toboggan, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Bruce Gadoo, we can too. Thanks for the 22. People keep saying Hydro Stomper, but I really don't know that I want to be all in on Zorn kicking things around. Like, again, I think we want just like Kate, this is one enabler for Vulture, and this is half of an enabler for Vulture. And I think that's fine. I probably want, if I'm gonna play Frigga Victoria, I probably want another enabler for the two of those. Someone said Snowguard Hawk. I don't hate that. Hood's interesting. I need another way to clear Hood's body, or any way to clear Hood's body. I don't have any ways to clear Hood, so it's probably a no-go. Nico is technically an enabler for Vulture. Say less. Say less. You're almost a Surfer deck. My dear gamer in Christ, there are 3 3-drops in my deck. All right, I think that's enough Victoria enablers, and then it's probably one more tech card. Abe Sapien, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Oh, you know who I don't hate? Just because it's not a tech card, but we could play Anti-Venom, yeah. I don't hate the idea of Anti-Venom. We're playing Lucas already. I could hem and haw and act like I'm not gonna do this at some point, but let's just cut the crap and buy the card. Yeah, the animation is very good. Yeah, it's lovely, lovely, lovely. It's gonna take all of my will not to spend 5,000 gold on this variant, though. Just don't need the tokens. By the way, if you're a small spender or free-to-play player, these bundles that have solid token rates and Series 4 or 5 cards, if you're missing this card, these are some of the best ways to spend your gold. So things like this Pixie bundle, if you're missing Pixie, or there was like the Diamondback bundle a little while ago, these are the things you should be saving your gold for. So I understand why they keep doing these, even if I'm sad like I don't need tokens, but your situation, unless you're spending thousands, is very different than mine. We're gonna play the ladder. There's no feature location right now, yeah? Let's play the ladder. I don't want to get locked in a match with someone forever. I would snap here on the Victoria draw, but again, I just largely don't snap because I don't want to chase people out. His Mirage could be good. Could be. I think I'm surging. I think I'm surging. They have Wasp in their deck, so I didn't get to Mirage their thing. That's freaking rude. Do you think if I tell them I drew Marvel Snap's newest pay-to-win card, they will concede? Just can't win the game, right? See, we're cooked here. Do we get him? Oh, gamers, we got him. Their F card must have been poopy. 100% win rate, Zorn. He was here. He watched it happen. Rack it up. I don't understand. This isn't a Zorn deck. It's a Victoria hand deck. My dearest Twitch chatter, please explain to me what in your twisted little brain constitutes a Zorn deck. What does that look like? Be constructive. Be specific. Following since 3 minutes ago. Those types of takes always come from people who are new here. Probably won't last very long either. Maybe a move deck. Okay, so just so we're clear, so I understand where you're coming from. You're telling me I shouldn't be playing a Victoria hand deck, but I should instead be playing a different deck that's also not a Zorn deck, it's a move deck. What if I told you Zorn isn't a card that has enough... What if I told you Zorn isn't a card that has enough tools to build around it? And you need to slot it into other decks that have a lot of other pieces going on. What are we doing here? I think it's just this. We're feeling a little cooked if this Iron Patriot pops like is likely. Not a priority. No need to be so hostile. Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Please be constructive and specific when you critique my deck. Wow. Why would you be so hostile, Jeff? That's just like the epitome of everything that's wrong with people in 2025. Instead of just taking a dump on the thing I've put together, can you be constructive and specific? Whoa. Why you gotta be so hostile, Jeff? That's the Iron Patriot card? It's not. Interesting. Do I want to move Rocketed Groot? I'm not sure that I do. I'm aware Frigga is moving. I kind of want to do this. Oh my goodness, don't you dare tell me Miles is bugged. I can't believe they haven't fixed this bug yet. How long has this interaction been bugged? God, it's been bugged for so long. I mean, I have extra energy from the feast, so I guess it doesn't matter in this particular instance. That's fine. I think we're winning here. Look at our Zorn triggering to move this second vulture that we copied with Frigga in my deck that's definitely not a Zorn deck. Look at my definitely not Zorn deck. Losing after playing Zorn! Oh no! Oh no! We lost! Oh, Zorn was so sweet! He made such big vultures, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Claws, that's Agent Coulson Claw too, yeah? That's Agent Coulson. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Just died to double Agent Coulson cards. No, this is absorbing me and Agent Coulson. So think of the RNG here. This was the hub absorbing man. So the RNG we lost to here was Coulson pull the hubbed absorbing man instead of either of the Coulson cards. And then that one made this to pull Miles out of here so I couldn't win the right with Miles. Holy. They wanted it more, absolutely. JBR, thank you for the brand new Prime. I appreciate that. Isn't she lovely, gamers? Zorn to be wild. Dee, 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 dee. Agamotto Gamer. Oh my goodness! Wow! Holy RNG. Holy RNG. Thank goodness for Lucas, chat. God bless Luke Cage. I know I don't usually snap, but I'm gonna snap. They look like someone who's about to stay. Ooh! A piece of candy! Oh. They must have had more than 1/3 cost in their hands. Zorn wins again. Listen, chat, I've never drawn a new card release in my opening hand in my life. I don't know why any of you thought today Zorn would be any different. We like to shmove it, shmove it. We like to shmove it. Log Dog, thanks for the entire year. Let's get you a mod sword to go with that sub shield. Welcome back. Ooh. Ancient Arc Demon, thank you for the 75 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. How the hell does this work? Is Zorn like a tech card rather than a move enabler? It's a little of both. I think, and this is why I've built this deck this way, is I think Zorn Vulture's a 2-card package. It does not. It copies after, sad. I think Zorn Vulture is a 2-card package where you need to view Zorn as both a tech card and an enabler, essentially. It does a little bit of both. Free guying Zorn Vultures, man. Real solid. How many collector's tokens do you have right now? I remember you had a few thousand back in the day. We were over 1 million, and then I started buying a bunch of these. Nico goes before Sinister London. Is that true? Well, now I want to find out, and I'm going to spew a cube to do it. Wait, what?
I am Iron
Oh, it moves it to another location.
Iron Man.
Okay, I understand now. Is 28 enough to win the middle? I think it might be. Cope. Oh, they have gore. Okay. Rats. Lovely. Hey, Bradley, absolutely. Do I want to copy Miles? I don't think so, right? I guess want endless Victoria hands. I guess there's some danger of getting Shang-Chi here. There's JK. JK, lol. They were winning up until the Nico Minaru. They were gonna beat 5 Victoria's hands, but 6, way too many. What's the strategy for Zorn in this deck? It moves your copy of Vulture, and then you can Frigga your Vulture to then get another one and play it down again. Chat, let this serve as a warning to all of you at home. Be more financially responsible than I am. Don't buy this variant. Yes, that's true. Zorn is also a move enabler when we don't have Samuelson. It is accurate. You're not my dad, Jeff. All I'm gonna say is, if you have enough money to make bad decisions like buying this Surge variant, you absolutely should be subscribed to my channel while you are talking here. If you have $35 for a Surge variant, you've got a $5 for the person you're currently watching on Twitch. I don't make the rules, but that's what they are, okay? I agree, RS. Thank you for the primer. Appreciate it. People asking me to compare Marvel Snap or the Zorn to cards that are releasing next month. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the cards that are releasing next month. I really haven't been keeping up with all the data mines. Just so we're clear, by the way, gamers. This is why we have freaking Lucas Cage in our deck. Because people are toxic. Who am I copying? Am I copying Miles? I think I'm copying Miles. Is there a way to order it so the copy gets cost reduced? I don't think so. I think I'm just counting on them to move something here. Why did it work this time? It worked this time, gamers, because their card moved after it was created. Oh, was Miles one beforehand that time? I don't know, actually, then. I think this wins some amount of the time. Manning, 11 in the center here. Spotlight variants are apparently on the collection track. Wait, like inside of reserves? That's gotta be bugged. Zorn. Wait, what? Oh, I was not expecting that to work that way. Well, that's rude. Do we just get Heimdalled? Magnetoed. Okay, sure. Cute. I've yet to see Red Wing anywhere other than collecting dust in my thing. Yeah, he's gonna remain collecting dust, I would imagine. I don't think Red Ring with Zorn is likely very interesting. And you still have... Wait, it's a 3-card combo that's still a coin flip most of the time, is the problem with it. You have to have Red Wing, you have to have a move enabler, you have to have a big card, and you have to hope to hit that card out of your thing. This is actually the same one. This is considered a spotlight variant.
Mastery.
It said spotlight on the left. Does that mean I could have gotten this surge out of a box? I'm gonna click on all my boxes here real quick. So far, only hope. Okay, yeah, the hope is the exact same one that someone posted a screenshot of, so it might just be bugged with that particular one. Might be miscategorized or something. I think we surge before we see him. It's close though. Stop putting cards in my hand for the love of Brood. Free Madam Web. Well, if you insist. Is Madam Web Sam Wilson still bugged? I'm gonna assume it's still bugged and play around it. Order like this in case we top deck Frigo. Okay, it still pluses them up here at least, so that's nice. Our 1-drops are in danger here. Well, hello there, you beautiful bastard. Zorn with priority sounds lovely. Yeah, I think it's this. I get one more point here by playing Esme over this, but I want to give Zorn points, I think. Oh my. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. Zorn with priority is big. We have Juggernaut at home energy. It really is, isn't it? Get out! Get out! Man. We should throw this deck away and probably play a Zorn deck instead. Instead of this Victoria hand deck that we're playing. And again, I really can't emphasize enough. I think stuff like this is the power of this card. I don't think you can fully build a good enough deck around Zorn as a pure enabler, but I think he probably has value as a disruptive element in a spot like this, while also doubling as an enabler for your copy of Vulture. And then the Frigga part of it all kind of ties the room together in this deck, because if you go Zorn into Vulture, you can Frigga the Vulture and then play the new Vulture into Zorn's path as well. Yeah, it's sweet. It's sweet. I don't think it makes a bad card like Red Wing good. I think Vulture's always been a card that's really solid. And I think having he's a rare split between an enabler and a tech card. I think is the perfect way to describe him. Is exactly what I envision him doing. Zorn in a Scream deck. Well, so your opponent's just not gonna play into the Zorn path when you have Scream out, right? Is the thing. Like you might get them once with it when you have priority, but that's gonna be like the exception, not the rule. Zorn, G, and Scream. That's just way too many moving pieces in both the literal and figurative sense. Of all the locations in Marvel Snap, these are two of them. I'm really excited to get, what's it called at some point this game? Enchantress, but... And we'll actually be able to go, like, Zorn into Luke Cage on the left to punt him into the center, which will be fun. If we have priority, though, Zorn could punt opposing cards into the center. Yeah, that's true. We're only going to have 15 on the right is the thing here, though, so I probably need to win the center. Do we think they're going to end up with priority? They're gaining at least 5 on the right. So the question here is, if they have priority, just Luke is enough to win the center, which means I want to do this and keep Miles left. However, if they don't play into here and they just go to 12, I'm going to need Miles in addition to Luke in the center, probably. That's close. I think I'm going to bet on them putting a card here. Oh, Batroc. Yeah, that cooks us. Sedge. Our shield starting in Wakanda is so terrible for us. $15 never wins the right, yeah? They just need to put a 6 there. If you have priority, does Zorn move their Dark Dimension cards? Yes, any 3s or 4s would get kicked out, but I don't have priority, so we're dead.
Escaped.
That's close. If our shield had started in a better spot, I think we win that most of the time. All right. This is fun. I like Frigga decks, obviously, and the Zorn Vulture edition here has been slick in a couple of different ways, both for numbers and disruption. We take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. I'll see you at 120 seconds. We're going to play some more of this, and then we'll explore some other stuff. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tapping the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. Helps the content reach some more people. I appreciate the over 200 folks that have done that already. OpenAI's O3 model sabotaged a shutdown mechanism to prevent itself from being turned off. It did this even when explicitly instructed, allowed yourself to be shut down. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure in no way, shape, or form is that heading in a direction that's going to be problematic at some point during my lifetime. Nothing bad could possibly I'm gonna run and grab a snack really quick while the bots allow me to still. Sarjan, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back. Rut, thank you for the 18. Sometimes you want a free cube, chap. This week's OTA aims to have a more significant impact given the downtime. Don't do that. Don't give me hope. None of my options feel great here. I think it's just this. I want to brick a draw. Oh, Yggdrasil pushed my Vulture into Shang-Chi range. I think we were dead anyways, but that makes the leave that much easier. I think we're just copying my big anti-venom here. And we'll drop this out for later. All right. So I think I do this to get them kicked out of the center, yeah? Is the plan? I just put this here for the guaranteed 3, or do I flip the coin with this to go here? This will be 10. So I'm never winning here. I'm gonna be at 15. 18's probably enough to win here, right? After they can't play anything else here. Zorn looking like a really slick tool into Surfer. It's been fun in a lot of our number of our games like this. Oh, wow. Wow! They ended on Brood, so Absorbing Man gets us. Slick. So close. Galacta is so good. It's crazy that Galacta... I bet Galacta goes to +2 finally this week. She's such a pushed card. Easiest way to tell I've been having too much fun with Marvel Snap is Ben Brode sends Erishim to punch me down. All right, how many tech cards do we think my opponent's 23 card deck has drawn? Yes. Zero because they don't play them. They're good, honest people. LOL. Oh, wow, I was not expecting them to compete on the left. A little sad eye. Filled with Mirage there. This ties Sabretooth on the left, which is interesting. And I'll have 5/9 on the right. They have like a blue Marvel or something? I think they forgot the Panopticron was a temporary bonus. I think they were, yeah, they thought they were moving 4 power over to there. That's what they thought they were doing. I think we're gonna play another 10 minutes or so of this, a reasonable Zorn deck. And then I think after that we'll play some Red Wing. That's probably the unreasonable, likely bad all-in thing to be doing. Craig Lee, thank you for the 18 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Ooh, we're going to hold on to Mirage in case they also fill the raft. What do I think of this? I think I'm into this. Love it. Absolutely love it. What if we do this to encourage them to play into the rafts explicitly so I can Mirage the raft card? Oh no! Wow. Get greedy, get punished. Think the raft card is good? Alright, go left, Silk. Unlucky. My blob is 10. 12 with Victoria hand. That's close. How big you think their blob is? We just get Juggernaut out of the game too, yeah? Yeah, we have to go. They can beat us with numbers, they can beat us with Juggernaut. Their blob's probably not much bigger than ours, but they're like certainly a Juggernaut deck. Our last turn isn't that impressive. Alright, they didn't have double stone. That's nice for us. No grapple arrow is sad. Copycat surge is pretty good. Just kind of hoping that one would go away. One of the things I'd be anti-venoming here are super exciting. This is worth 4, 5, 6, 7, so probably want to get it down. It's close. There's a lot of permutations here. I'm playing out this way, so that way if Zorn is on top of my deck, I can go shield to center, Zorn Vulture here, kick it over to the right. Super rewarded for not playing what's his name out. Oh, what did I end on? I think it was a 1, yeah? Pim? Okay. This leaves me 1 short on the left is the problem. What do you think of this? I'm kind of into it. I think I'm into it. Gives me 20 in the middle. Gives me 7, 10, like 19 on the left. A lot of cards. Like Killmongered. Did we miss that Shadow King was symmetrical? I believe we missed that Shadow King was symmetrical.
Victory.
Where can I find free-to-play and budget decks? So one of the unfortunate things about Marvel's Snap from a collection perspective is that there aren't really generic free-to-play things for you to build because everyone's collection looks very different. The only distinct difference between a completely free-to-play player and someone who pays money on Marvel Snap is that the people who are free-to-play don't have access to the latest Season Pass card. Otherwise, you could have everything else that the client has in it. So which Series 3 cards or which Series 4 and 5 cards you picked up is going to vary a lot player to player. I would point out a lot of your classic Crusher decks are budget / free-to-play friendly. Kinda, because like a lot of those you even need a deep Series 3 card pool to play into, Zorbed. So you're right, they have less higher Series cards, but like, you know, it takes you a few months to get all the Series 3 stuff. So I'm playing Zorn on New York, so that way I can kick the Vultures off and be able to move them back in guaranteed. This is kind of nice, but it's not great against Killmonger. Their start's pretty bad, so it's probably fine. I assume they're leaving. Moved all the cards. It's always difficult for me to give an objective measure on a card like Zorn when it feels like a reasonable addition to an existing deck like this, because this could... The core feels fine here, and Zorn's doing some neat things, and Vulture as a way to add stats is interesting. But, like, the core of this deck was fine before it. So if you're like, Jeff, I don't have Zorn, can I play this deck? It's like, yeah, you can play Victoria hand-free stuff without Zorn, absolutely. So normally I would be inclined to snap Surge on Karmartage. However, against a dedicated move deck, their numbers are going to scale really hard, and we're not playing tech cards to break their stuff. So even though this location is favorable for us, their deck could just be more powerful. Surge doesn't stack on Karmartage though, right? She absolutely stacks on Karmartage. So this has a base 2 power once we play him out. And again, like, our draw is kind of neat here, but my opponent's deck is just like this big, dumb, super linear deck. So I don't think we're gonna be able to keep up here, despite having a good draw. We can try and barrage their torch. We can. Our out here is certainly double miraging their torch. Where's the opponent's card back from? This is the Penny Arcade one for this year, yeah? Iron Line's a weird one. I guess that's adorable. You could Iron Land, copy a move payoff, and then Zorn kicks it out? Sure. That seems high variance, but it's a novel way to get another card for Zorn to pay you off for moving around the board. I think with the Adelan in play, I'd rather Sam Wilson than Surge. Need Howard for that combo, something or other. Probably punting the Captain America path. I wonder if we'll see Wicked lose a point tomorrow. Although I guess he doesn't really see play outside of Thanos' deck, so maybe that's undeserved. Sorry, I say tomorrow, I meant Thursday. Whatever day of the week the OT is. Poor Miles, he tried. Mobius and Mobius really is a buzzkill. Hemex Masad. Hey, Abobi, thanks for the brand new Prime. Or the 13 months of Prime re-up in. Platinum Tiles, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, Mobius was an on-reveal once in his life, for sure. Cooked. I wouldn't mind Mobius being useless. And he's definitely the highest fun-killing density tech card, I think. The number of really novel things that he just completely guts for minimal cost is it's not great. Cunlun, just our own personal feature location so far today. Was it our turn to get a Marvel Retreat out of Cunlun? Resurging? I could like Nico Kate is kind of appealing. Yes, Creative House Surge is in the shop right now for an irresponsible amount of money. Ah. There's a new, longer Glenn answer where he states they were previously hesitant to buff things that were released in spotlights after they left, but now with snap packs, they're going to be more willing to do that. So that means some of our stinky releases are due to get an update here. It's a really unfortunate anti-venom. Don't think Barrage is likely to be super useful here. Could ever beat that.
Escaped.
So this deck was all right. It's playing cards that I enjoy. It doesn't take a lot for me to have fun with a deck playing Frigga and Victoria. Zorn and Vulture were some alright stats in a few spots, and Zorn being a disruptive element of locking the opponent out of playing 3 and 4 cost cards to a particular lane was relevant a couple of times into Surfer. All of that being said, the Vulture Zorn slots here are kind of in slots that would be tech cards and other variations of this deck. And I think I would be hesitant or skeptical to tell you that, like, playing Zorn and Vulture and Miles, making your own medium-sized numbers, is better than just, like, playing a Shadow King or a Shang-Chi or a Red Guardian or other ways to take what your opponent has going on and chopping it vigorously down. Which is kind of like the problem with decks like this in Marvel Snap's recent history, is like, there's a reason why any deck that's not making a really big number is playing like 3 to 5 tech cards in it, because your choices are either make a really big number or play a bunch of tech cards. And the tech cards tends to even be better than making a really big number a lot of the time, because the really big numbers get exposed to tech. So this was fun and competitive against things like Thanos and Surfer and other decks. This felt fun and competitive against people playing tech cards, because our numbers were a little bit flexible and weren't automatically dead to things like Shang-Chi and Shadow King or even Mobius. But against people that weren't playing tech cards and were just going big, their numbers were considerably larger than us almost all of the time. So probably a fine, like, meta-gamey if your matchups line up, but otherwise not super impressive. And I think in terms of pure power level, I'd probably lean towards, rather than playing the move package, playing your own way to break things likely being better. All right, let's run an advert, and then we're gonna try some Zorn plus Zorn plus Red Wing here up next is my plan. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, consider tap the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the folks that have done that already. Yeah, probably a fine deck for the weekend missions is correct. Which Victoria hand deck do you think has the best cube equity? I really like the builds that have Kahori. We actually played some of this morning, and it was kind of fun. Playing Misery Firehair Kahori, adding a lot of points out of nowhere, which was slick. Yes, that last one was our first Zorn pile. I don't know why Zorn would be... People keep bringing up Zorn with the Scream package, and I don't understand why that card would be good there. Your opponent can just choose not to play into your Zorn path. Are the ads running elsewhere? I run ads on YouTube when I tell you I'm running ads on Twitch as well, but some of you live in places that capitalism has forgotten and don't have ads to serve. They're typically shorter on the YouTube side though, even when they do run. Zorn and Scream sounds just like a restrictive card. Yeah, probably. Audio bug. Yep. Thank you. So the problem with Zorn and Hydra Stomper is that Hydra Stomper, what's the words I'm searching for? Hydra Stomper wants you to play Batroc, and Zorn is not very good with Batroc because you don't control where the card is going. In order to collect the global bounty rewards, you need to send Ben Brode a message with your user ID via carrier pigeon. And to get your user ID, you can go ahead and grab it here at the bottom. You'll have to tap to reveal it. But you just like hook that up to a carrier pigeon leg and you send it off to Benjamin. And he'll make sure you get hooked up with your global bounty rewards ASAP. My carrier pigeon just died. I guess you're out of luck then. This just doesn't look very good, is the problem. Do my birds have to pay tariffs? Depends how fast do they fly. Splish splash, this deck looks like trash. Do 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 do. I just like, what is this doing that's remotely better than regular Surfer? Moving. You play 20. Zorn only moves 3 and 4 cost cards. Does Zorn and Phoenix Force work the way you want it to? It does. It should not. I don't believe so. Those are legal Marvel Snap cards. The old Hercules. Yeah, it's like playing Zorn and only one of the cards it moves is a payoff for you. It only has one other card Zorn can move in it too. Okay. Wait. We've been trying to think about what he's a payoff for, and she was in front of us the whole time, gamers. No. I figured I cracked the code. I found the other Zorn payoff. All roads in Hoaglandia lead to Kitty Prime. We did get gold red Crackle Kitty this morning. Do I really not have gold Crackle on Angela? How do I not have gold Crackle on Angela? Well, that isn't right. Oh, I saw the crackle and I got excited for half a second. What a tease, bro. I guess it was green, so is it really any great loss? I'll give her one more. Finally back to the real card game, yep. Yeah, I think Elsa's probably not good with Zorn. Because, like, Zorn needs open spots. Oh, God. Every time the confetti flares up, I'm like, yes, Marvel Snap, celebrate the terrible split. The green crackles are there to insult you. This is the other deck everybody keeps asking me to make. We just play it all together. We just do it all at once. Whoo! She looks lovely with the border. That's a real nice one. At what point do we go out the deep end? Listen. Oh my goodness! This stupid bug where the client locks when I unlock a border is so frustrating. Did they increase the chance of getting gold and ink plus crackle when they updated the split system? They did. So you're slightly less likely to get any inked or gold, but you're slightly more likely to get inked or gold plus crackle. That Nocturne is nice, first time seeing it. That Nocturne is the one piece of Marvel Snap artwork I logged in and bought while I was on my Marvel Snap break. So I had been waiting for it, data mined forever, and I was like, I'm gonna get this. There's no way I'm not gonna be back eventually. Running out of Cosmic Border shit. Need them to show back up in my shop. Border unlocked. Batroc doesn't have enough boosters to get a border yet. Same as Zorn. So people are going back and forth on the last few cards for this deck, and as much as I want to play a bunch of interesting enabling cards, our last 3 cards should probably all be tech cards, yeah? Is the only way we remotely and reasonably ever win games of Marvel Snap. Luke, Shang. Oh, Sam Wilson should be in here. That's fine. We'll play Luke and Shang. It's cool. It's cool. Do I need a second enabler for Vulture? Maybe. They could also have Sam Wilson here, but if they don't... Let's be Scandi. Are there any cards you think they'll get hit in the OTA? Hopefully Reality Stone. Something in Thanos. There's no way they don't touch something in Thanos. Right? Assuredly they touch something in Thanos. Christ on a cracker. Final answer. Final answer. We're gonna juggernaut it out of the left here, aren't we? Ooh, I think we're a little bit too small for that one, yeah? Because how big are we? We're only... This is 10... Oh, we're tying, actually. And then we're winning the breaker? I think we're tie, win the breaker. Breaker, breaker, give me some news. I got 3 points over you. You can appreciate how we very technically and skillfully outplayed our opponent here. A lot of big brain thinking on this final turn. Rizzle, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Move at least 5 cards. Check. Such skill, much wow. How's Zorn been so far? Kinda. He does what it says on the package. Is the best way to describe a power level like Zorn. Working as advertised. I don't know that it's particularly good necessarily, but I don't think it's bad either. Not earth-shattering, probably playable, I think is about where I'm at. That's rude. I think we wanted Death's Domain to go left there. It's close though. What if I do this, and then next turn, I can drag this center and go Vulture here whilst staging Lucas here, forcing the Vulture to go here, so we win here and here. And see, it's like stuff like this. Like, I don't know that this is good or it's powerful, but it tickles my brain in happy ways. But now they're 50-50 to have my Vulture. Alright, we'll give Jace the extra cube on the coin. Why not Cage right? Because putting Cage in the center guarantees my Vulture goes to the left. We will unfortunately lose to our own Zorn if they got our Vulture. we're 1 point short regardless. Sage is such a big lady. GG. Her play was so clever, too. Felt so smart. Okay, one more point somewhere. I don't think I could have made it up. GGG's. Man, it feels incredibly wrong to go from playing against Jace's gorgeous all gold cards to Pixel Ebony Maw without even an infinite split. Feel like Brood should pay me for pain and suffering. Leave Maw alone. It's Pixel Maw, okay? The kids ain't right. God damn it, Nocturne! I dust you off for the first time in how freaking long? And this is how you repay me? Brood! Nocturne's like, what? You wanted me to get rid of Rickety Bridge, right? Request granted. Gotta be more specific, yep. Accurate. I forgot how violent your Nocturne tends to be, Mood. I have Lucas to not care about Fist Tower. Got me. Hey, Veiled Wanderer. Thanks for the Hawaii 5-0. Appreciate the over 4 years. Welcome back.
Locked in.
Oh wow, I was expecting them to play to lift this turn. That makes sense. me, Brittany, baby, because I am toxic. And unironically, Zorn, one of Zorn's best use case scenarios so far has definitely felt like screw your target Silver Surfer player. It feels like a unironically anti Surfer card. Legioning people is deeply rude, Ben. That's good. I was worried Surfer was getting too powerful. Well, at least someone was. That's a highlight. Zorn clearly broke it. Yep. Oh, you're gonna be a little sad you spewed that one, bud. So this puts me to 14 in the center to their 12, and then I'm at 4 on the right and 7 on the left. So not unlosable by any means, but I think strong favorite for us. Their Mockingbird currently costs 4, so we're not stealing it with that. With the Hydra Stomper, we both get +2 from Madripoor, and if they're taking the Madripoor bonus without us getting it here, it means they're not competing in both of these. Ninja. Unironically, I think this might be one of the best cards to have released in the last month or so. Like, obviously, Surge is #1, but it's probably top 3, maybe even second behind Surge. Supreme also. Absolutely not. Strange Supreme is not a particularly strong design. Literally only sees play in Thanos, and Thanos is busted enough that I can carry all sorts of mediocre cards right now. I'm just gonna choose to not draw any rocks here. It's that concentrated power of will. Excited to die to Hobgoblin into Galactus. I think we're dead, yeah. We can 6-drop plus Ebony Maw. And taking this line that I've got set up here, the Batroc jumps out of the right, so the Blink is winning that all on its own, so we're not even playing for all three. I think people suggesting changes to Strange Supreme are showing a bias that's pretty common in card games, especially in Snap, where whenever something becomes too strong, they immediately reach for hurting whatever is the most recent addition to it. And I don't think Strange Supreme is remotely the most powerful thing about Thanos. I mean, this is technically good for me. So we stay. Do I? The rest of my hand is trash. Committed. Committed! 3, 4, 5. These move together potentially. Is my opponent aware they can't move the shield to break the rocks? Let's find out. They are! What a genius. They're so smart. So Collapse Mind says you have to skip your turn to destroy rocks, not spend energy. If you move the shield, you are not skipping your turn. Ah, shit. I think we're cooked even if they hit the shield.
Escape.
Alright, I enjoy Batroc stuff. I don't know that we're really Zorning a whole lot, but I'll play a few more at least when we get back with this before moving along. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I gotta be honest, chat. Part of me wonders, like, have I lost my edge? Like, are there interesting things to do with these last few cards that we're just, like, missing and I'm not connecting in my brain? Or have we really just had this many just kind of schmedium releases in a row? Sticky Games, thank you for the 61 months. Welcome back. Surely someone would have found that through. Yeah, I mean, the last couple there hasn't been anything to discover. I don't know. Maybe there's something to Zorn. He just doesn't... I think he's fine. It's just not super exciting. You're telling me there isn't a lot to do with moving 3 or 4 quest cards? There doesn't seem to be. Zorn is capital C for cost. Zorn cares about the cost of the card when you put them in your deck ender, not the energy that you paid for them. Does Nocturne change the location if she moves with Zorn? She sure does. Hey, Smiley, thank you for the 59 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Man, that sounds super adorable. I've been playing Zorn in Clog because it lets you try to get Green Goblin into otherwise risky places. That's cute. And it forces their cards into 2 particular lanes. Sure. I'm in. Let's do that next. What are your thoughts on the tournament? I will have a video giving my thoughts on the Snap tournament up on the Hoaglandia Snap YouTube channel tonight. Let's see if we can win a coin flip here with the Zorn. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. We do have a shag target on the right, yeah. Are they Arnim Zolang? That's the only singular card that kind of makes sense to play with her. Sure. Get out of here, Rogue! Nobody loves you! Well, this is gonna kick Lucas over to here, yeah? I think that's fine for us. Zorn a C3 card, asking the real questions. I'll move Batroc over there too. Yeah, that's fine, I think. Make Stomper and Creven get excited. Unless Luke turns into a Venom or a Deathlock. Why would you put that energy out there, Claudio? What did I ever do to you? Oh, you have to be so mean. Oh my goodness, Benjamin! Benjamin, Broad! What a mastermind! What a gamer! Marvel Steps, a skill-based game. Do-da, do-da. Marvel Steps, a skill-based game. Oh, the do-da day. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Beep, 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 do-do-do-do. Just a jump to the left. And a null to the right. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Be-do-do-do-do-do. Be-do-do-do-do-do-do. Someone asked me for my comments on the tournament earlier, and I teased my video. But to give you a little bit of an extra teaser, I think it was very peak Marvel Snap that the last cube of the final match was decided by a combination New York tech card coin flip. Truly, truly it embodied that big Marvel Snap energy. When you don't want to play Kitty into the first location, never play her into the second location. Because this could be Deep Space or that one that gives extra energy. Wait, didn't Bounce win? It had tech cards? So it was playing against the deck with tech cards, and it won because New York allowed them to flip a coin instead of dying to the tech card. This is Magic. It's the only card I can think of they'd be playing left. I don't know that we're going to be able to juke Mr. Negative 2 games in a row. Oh, wait. Nocturne could maybe do it still. What a lovely lass she is. What a lovely lass she is. What deck came in second and third in the Marvel Snap tournament? Thanos was 4 of the 7 decks that finished 8-1 and better after the Swiss. There was four of the top 8. the, what's his name? Batroc and Sam Curve is so strong. Flaming Swag, thank you for the 29 months. Welcome back. I think I want to play Nocturne to give myself the option to ripcord out of TVA, yeah. Which honestly, the way we're set up, I probably would like there to not be a TVA.
Time's up.
Although, it's just this. This gives me +7 on the left. It gives me 10, 11 in the middle. The Jotunheim is... Yeah, I think I'm just doing this, actually. Make them have reality stone if they want to get rid of it. Certainly a stay.
Victory.
Opponent had faith, yep. They thought I would tug a rug. Didn't realize we were more they didn't realize we were more cultured than that. The rug stays firmly in place. Otherwise, you'll slip on the hardwood floors. I will say, every time I play Nocturne or Snow Garden deck, I'm always like, I should play more of these cards. Unironically, the singularly most telling thing about a card like Zorn is... The singularly most telling thing about a card like Zorn is how many opposing copies we are or aren't playing against. And there haven't been a lot, to say the least. You retreated? I was gonna retreat! Nobody got time. We were gonna retreat. Nobody got time to play world ship games? Come on, no. If I had a nickel for every world ship we've played in the last hour, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's real weird that it happened twice. What are the rarest locations, staff? Ego and World Ship are in a rarity class all their own, is the most rare at the top. If you Phoenix Force a multiple man on the Zorn path, would it move it, or would it register it as a 2? No, it'll be a 2. Does the Vibranium Shield always absorb Warrior Falls if it's the weakest card there? Yes. Let the Nocturnes hit the board. Let the Nocturne hit the board. Let the Nocturne hit the board. Gosh, Lucas is so lovely, chat. There's one thing you take away from watching this stream. Please make it play more Luke Cage. Well then. I guess they might fill the center is the problem. Nice, nice, very nice. Very nice. It's not the stomper of my own I wanted for Christmas. This power is going to be so controlled. Accurate. Never before has power been controlled like it is right now. Whew, the Batroc gave me a little bit of a jump start there. I didn't realize that he was gonna swing with the silk, and I thought, did we get caught? We did not, thankfully. We won that every time, right? Because if the silk went right, the Batroc would have just stayed where it was. There weren't any flips there. Wasn't confident that we were winning it when it happened, but there was not a way that played out that we lost. First impression on Zorn. Seems like an anti-Silver Surfer tech card. Makes Vulture marginally better. It is one of the Marvel Snap cards of all time. I think it will probably be an easy skip for people who aren't collection complete. Like, I think those are the words people are looking for me to say, right? Man, it's fucking rude right there. Ben Bro did not want our opponent to play that game. Holy. Benjamin! He's neat. He's definitely neat. I think you could, he's not Elixir bad. I think I would not be surprised if he's got really cute interactions. He lets you feel smart. He's got some build around deck synergies. I would bet there's deck lists where he's optimal in their 12 cards. I think he's a neat anti-surfer card that's going to force players playing that deck to think about the game in a little bit different way. All right, they have my Sheng. Ooh, buddy old pal. It's the third card in the Zorn package. I don't know. I haven't done the math yet myself, but am I correct that if someone is collection complete, it becomes correct to get every card moving forward? It really depends on what your spending habits are and what your goals are. So, you actually can stay Series 5 complete with just being a Season Pass player, but you would need to spend some money past that to get all of the Series 4 cards when they release. So really it kind of depends. What do we think, instead of being cute and possibly getting blown out by a bounce card, we just Shang-Chi the dagger in the center this turn? Oh, it's reviving. Shit. And now I've snapped back. What a crippling case of Shang-Chi brain I have. Make sure they're good and muted. The problem here is they're bouncing the center, and then my Shang doesn't work. Oh. if they Heimdall center, they end up on 15, and I'll have more than 15. I'll be 16, 17. They could, like, Doctor Strange left and then do something right. No, we're beating Heimdall, man.
Power must be controlled.
I forgot about Zorn! No! No! Zorn! No! Oh no! Oh no! Crippling case of shag brain. Holy, we'd have won with Hydra Stomper plus Luke Cage, yeah? No, because the dagger would have been alive. We had no outs. I would like the record to reflect that I think it's unfair to say that this was Shang Brain, because I did not just play the card and hope it was good enough. I counted it out very specifically and simply missed the interaction with the new card. Just so we're clear. Shang Brain is when people stay in games that they have no business staying in and don't remotely count it. Zorn won the game. He did. People saying Zorn can't win games, he very clearly won the game there. Just, you know, not for us. It was good. It was good television, at least. Normally, including Hydra Stomper would be good, but I don't have any of our Schmoover cards. They could Cloning Vance and Infinite this turn. They have 6 energy with Electro and War Machine. Alright, assuredly the Silk goes into Craven's path at some point, yes? Go left! Go left! Although I think the way Our Lady of Saints works here, if Silk swings there to start, it gobbles everything up before giving bonuses out. Or the timing on Our Lady of Saints is truly strange. We're kind of hoping Silk goes right and then left and then center to maximize our Hydro Stomper triggers. Craven buffs before Batroc moves. Okay, that's good to know, since Craven was in play first. The one time I don't want you to jump into Craven's path. Oh, the Batroc did power up, but the Craven doesn't get the Batroc. Okay, interesting. It's a pretty good 1 and 4 for our opponent. 1 and 3, 1 and 3. Alright, Batroc, 48 more boosters, you get a black border, bud. You've certainly moved at least 5 cards. I think it's just this. So that way if we top deck Sam, we have a killer start. And now I'll put Zorn in the center, so that way if we draw Vulture, Batroc will follow Vulture guaranteed. Oh, I guess this means I can't do this guaranteed though, huh? I guess I could do this. And then Batroc's guaranteed to follow rather than having a 50% to brick it. Oh, Batroc was always following the shield. Derf. Should we put Craven in their Sam lane? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Do I even want to play Silk at that point? Probably not, yeah. We could move the Silk with Craven. It's not a bad thought. We just can't win from here outside of Nocturne doing something super crazy. The Stopper and the Craven all on the same path. There's just too many points there. Yeah, my initial gut reaction of I should have put the Kraven outside of the Sam Wilson path was probably correct. It didn't help that the Vulture went there as well, but I think I need to take my scalers and stack them in different spots. They're never leaving here. I shouldn't have retreated later. I should have just bailed.
Escaped.
Yeah, Zorn Batroc Silk is very messy. I think this is unfortunately our second Zorn pile in a row where it feels like we shoved him in here and he doesn't really belong. Like I think the Hydra Stomper core is the Hydra Stomper Kitty core is very reasonable. I don't know that I feel like Zorn is adding meaningful value here. I want to hold on to Nocturne for the time being because I want to be able to play it not on Limbo. Good night. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate you. We can draw Shang-Chi still.
I am Iron Man.
How do they win the left? Never, right? Think they're Tribunal? Nah, no way. They never win the left. Never in a million years. Their Tribunal would be 57. I guess they'd be 20 everywhere. They just don't have it. I think they're probably regular Mr. Negative. Tribunal isn't that popular. Is this card? Can I not see what this card is? I don't know why they'd have Iron Man. There is a Sage. Yeah, if it was a Sage, they're not Tribunal. Yeah, honestly, to give a quick wrap on this one, the Zorn was, like, I mean, he was fine that game. But I don't know that he's better. I don't know that I would recommend picking him up if you love this deck. My big takeaway from playing this deck during that set is I should reconsider Nocturne in the other builds that I've played. She's such a powerful card. Maybe besides kicking Limbos or so many other spots she got us into that no other card would have really helped us out with. All right. My plan, gamers, is that we will be doing viewer decks in Marvel Snap all day on stream tomorrow. If you want to get one of those in advance, you are welcome to. I am signing off for the evening since we've been live for 8 hours. It is now 5 o'clock here in Central Illinois. Appreciate all the subs and resubs and support today after I was off for a few days for a little bit of a holiday with the family. And we'll have an OTA Thursday. We're going to have, for the Pokemon enjoyers, we got to do Pokemon Card Pack Thursday. So usually the OTAs don't happen till really late in the afternoon/evening. So I think the plan is we'll probably play Pokemon all day Thursday when that new set releases. And the OTA, yeah, is going to be live like 2 days from right now. Usually they're like 5 or 6 o'clock Central, which is usually about the time I'm signing off. So then Friday, we'll explore the OTA, hopefully. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your Tuesday wherever you're at. Good to have the regulars back in after a few days off. I am going to raid folks who are looking to hang out on the Twitch side into Doughy Cat. There's someone we haven't had a chance to raid in a little bit. They are doing some red winging with their Zorn, so check them out. Peace, folks. You too, Kizzy.